The gang is all here. Individuals and teams take center stage on day 2 of semifinals. Welcome to the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games Semifinals. We are in Orlando, Florida, home of the North American East Semifinals, presented by Rogue. I'm Sean Woodland with Adrian Conway. Mike Arsenault will be joining us here in just a second, but 2 tests on day number 1 just for the teams. We're going to get to them here in just a second, but we had some really solid performances come out of not the final heat.
No, and it was extremely surprising, and it's very rare to talk about this, but CrossFit move fast, lift heavy 24/7, to be clear, because they've got 2 teams here. They excelled from not the last heat, and they did so in such a way that find themselves today tied for first place with Team Proven, all the way working from that second to last heat.
2 tests on day 1. We've had 1 test so far today for the teams. On day number 2, let's get you caught up on what happened yesterday in test number 1. Not a shock that CrossFit East Nashville Proven goes out and locks up 100 points with a test win. Anytime you throw the worm out there, this team is going to be a threat.
Yeah, it's an amazing thing to watch them come together and see how they unite at the worm. But what was even more impressive was the way they executed that static sandbag hold. Andrea Niesler and Taylor Williamson both showing us tremendous capacity there as they brought up the ladder for Team Proven.
In test number 2, it was AB CrossFit Mayhem, who did extremely well in test number 1. Could have finished inside the top 3 if not for some late mistakes in that test. They put up 269 reps to earn 100 points. And that is a team that not a lot of people were talking about coming in, but they are solidly in a qualifying spot right now. This morning we had test number 3. It was done in mixed gender pairs, and it was CrossFit Krypton, the Smith brothers, in a test that featured dumbbell bench presses, single leg squats, and then those handstand pirouettes. And of course, Alex Smith is a specialist when it comes to any kind of gymnastic skill, so no shock that CrossFit Krypton found themselves with the best time in that test. 13 minutes 42.58 seconds to take the win. Right now, after 3 tests, this is unofficial. The top 10 teams, remember, go to the CrossFit Games. So right now it's 8th Day CrossFit sitting in that 10th and final qualifying spot. And there are 2 teams close behind them. CrossFit Resurrection only 3 points back. And then Training Think Tank CrossFit Black, they are only 6 points back. Mentioned AB CrossFit Mayhem earlier. For more on that team, let's send it down to Mike Arsenault.
Thank you very much, Sean. AB CrossFit has acquitted themselves very well through 3 tests, and this is somewhat of a home game for them. Their affiliate is in North Miami Beach, a 3-hour drive away, and for that reason, they had a couple dozen fans in attendance yesterday, and more fans are expected to show up from their affiliate as we move through the rest of this competition. AB CrossFit, a bit of an international flavor as well, as their team members are from Argentina, Colombia, and Venezuela. They're not a Mayhem affiliate. They follow Mayhem programming. Talk to their coach Facundo, and he said that they've been following the Mayhem affiliate, advanced affiliate programming for the better part of 2 years. Those results are definitely paying off. We'll see if they can hold on to a game spot over the next few events.
Thank you, Mike. AB CrossFit qualified for the CrossFit Games last year and looking like they can do it again this year, but still a lot of action to come. NOBULL is the official footwear and apparel brand of CrossFit. You can shop now by scanning the QR code on your screen. Here's a look at the schedule for today. We're going to kick things off with Team Test 4. We will have light coverage of the first 2 heats, full coverage of heats 3 and 4. Then the individuals take over at 3:30, women's test number 2, and then we close things out at 5:15 Eastern with men's test number 2. We'll be back in a little bit with Team Test number 4. The 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games North America East Semifinal is brought to you by Rogue. Don't weaken. O2, the official sports drink of the NOBULL CrossFit Games.
The intensity and the effort that the athletes bring to the test is the test. I use this analogy all the time. You have a 100-meter dash. It's super compelling and super exciting, but nobody's concerned about the athletes making the distance. The challenge of the test on its face is not what makes it interesting. It is the intensity and the effort and the application that the athletes bring to it that makes it compelling. And I think that should be true for most of the events at the Games.
You gotta move fast and you gotta lift heavy if you want to get yourself into contention for that podium position.
And it's absolutely necessary at some times to put out a test that's a little bit beyond where the current field is and have them reach for that. But it shouldn't be all the time. The intensity and the effort that the athletes bring to the test is the test. CrossFit Games, in my opinion, is like the promo package for what's possible.
Most folks in an affiliate work out one time a day for 1 hour a day, where the CrossFit Games competitor is obviously trying to increase their capacity, but for a dramatically different goal. They are literally trying to become the best athlete on the planet. They're trying to establish functional dominance over other competitors, where one here inside the affiliate is trying to maximize their capacity and be competent outside the walls of the gym.
The games probably have helped push everyone a bit more forward because people started seeing like what could actually happen.
What happens at the games is just an extraordinary version of what happens inside ordinary affiliates, where they're coaching athletes to move well, to move fast, to progress in terms of their strength and their skill and their aerobic capacity, the way they move their body. And what you see at the games always inspires a different training approach in affiliates. So what you'll see on Sunday at the finals when we're crowning the fittest men and women on broadcast television worldwide will also be taken down to a local affiliate level. Those movement patterns will be broken down, and they'll be instructing ordinary athletes how to perform those same movements, maybe a little lighter or fewer reps or less load, but that same movement will start bleeding into ordinary affiliate training.
The CrossFit Games is where the CrossFit community or affiliates can see the peak of fitness on full display. The best of the best do what we do within our affiliates every single day, but at a level and a degree that probably shouldn't be tested within our affiliates. But they need to see it there to know what people are capable of.
Doesn't matter what sport you follow, you can find a highlight reel and you look at that and you're like, man, that is just the coolest thing ever. Difference with our sport is that you can actually go and like do that thing and it's going to have a positive impact on your life. You're going to get fitter and healthier and better, more able to handle everyday life. And you never even have to get close to what those guys out there on the field are doing. So to me, it's a inspirational, aspirational highlight reel for everybody else to get fired up to commit to another year of training. And then that cycle comes around, you see what those guys are doing, you're like, holy crap, that's the coolest thing ever. And I want to get in there and get my training taken care of.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Team test number 4 underway. Gonna break this one down for you. You see we got 2 separate sides of the floor for all practical purposes. It's gonna be a 5-rounder in male-female pairs. Female 1 and male 1 you'll see down at the rowers. They're going to do 10 for the guys, 7 for the ladies on the calories on the rower, 10 each synchro alternating dumbbell snatches at 60 and 90 respectively, 15 each on 24-inch box jumps alternating. The other side of the floor, female 2 and male 2 will do 10 or 7 calories on the ski erg, 20 each synchro alternating dumbbell snatches at 50 and 70, and then 10 each of 30-inch box jumps. When both pairs have completed a round, they will switch positions to start the next round.
We got all the athletes working at once right now for our team division here on day number 2 at the North America East Semifinal. This is their second test of fitness for today, 4th overall here. Larry was giving us a lay of the land. They've got to complete that round, and then they swap over to the other side. So obviously 1 male-female pairing will do 3 rounds at one of those stations and 2 at the other, depending on how they broke it up. This event with that 15-minute cap here as they go for 5 rounds. A hand is up in the air for a couple of our judges' hands. So as you see, once they complete that round, they can make their way towards that red line. They've got to wait till their other teammate's there, and then they swap. Check it out. Love it.
They meet at the border, then switch it up, so to speak.
Yeah. The hot swap.
And you see the judges moving out, adjusting the round cards at the border, so to speak, right in center field. So you see now we are on round number 2 as we pass the 2-minute and 25-second mark.
All right, so Hickory Hoosiers over in lane number 6. They've got a pair working on those dumbbell snatches. So does CrossFit Addict. But you've got to see, are there other pairings over there as well, because they can't start that next round until they meet at the red line. Meet me at the red line. Sounds like a bar. Let's go.
Definitely deceptive. It's hard, just like Kiki pointed out, you can't just watch one section of the floor. There's a whole lot going on.
Larry, it looks like a team down on your end is starting with those box jumps. Hickory Hoosiers also onto their box jumps.
Yep, Hickory Hoosiers looks like on both sides of the red line, starting their box jumps. NCR Nation, NCR Nation and lane number 9, both their squads, both their pairs onto the box jumps. NCR Nation standing by, waiting for the switch in lane number 9 on one side. Same story for the Hoosiers center field. They're wearing those white basketball-style jerseys. And there we go, NCR Nation on the swap. They'll be your leaders going into round number 3. Hickory Hoosiers in the fight. And I believe CrossFit Le Repair also bracketing there your top 3 or 4 teams as we start to working our way through round number 3.
CrossFit NFA, Hickory Hoosiers, both of them able to move away from those ergs, and both of them are starting the dumbbell snatches around the same time. It's like they train together or something. So I think NFA, CrossFit NFA is leading the charge here. We'll see when they meet up at that red line. We are 5 minutes in, a little over 5 minutes in, towards that 15-minute time cap. NFA with their first team on the box jumps.
NCR Nation on the row side also do the box jumps. CrossFit NCR Nation also onto the box jumps on the ski side as well.
So CrossFit NCR Nation, like you were saying, with both of their pairs at the box jumps. NFA also now with both of their pairs at the box jumps as well. We are approaching 6 minutes into this event, test number 4, we should say, here at the NOBULL CrossFit Semifinal.
Hands in the air on both sides of the red line for NCR. Row side done, ski side done, hot tag, and both those teams head to opposite ends of the competition floor. Kicking off round number 4.
So it is 1, CrossFit NCR Nation, then 2, looks to be over in lane number 2, that's CrossFit Addict. Lane number 1 also making a move, that's CrossFit Woodbine Blue Crab Fitness. And then rounding out top 4, we've got NFA Hickory Hoosiers. So your top teams right now sitting on those ergs, whether it is the traditional rowing erg that we were familiarized first with in our CrossFit space, and then now we've added in the ski erg. Just trying to throw as many implements of testing that fitness as possible here at the NOBULL CrossFit Semifinal. CrossFit Addict trying to catch CrossFit NCR Nation. NCR Nation's in those black tops, blue shorts. NCR Nation with one of their pairs at the box. Here comes lane number 2, currently second, that is CrossFit Addict. They're in all black. Their female athlete with the pink hair. And here comes NFA.
CrossFit NCR Nation with their second pair at the box on the opposite side of the field.
Yeah, so really, I guess it depends on when you've got that 1, 2, and 3 with both of the pairs on the boxes. So NCR Nation, NFA, and then over in lane number 2, that's CrossFit Addict. That's your 1, 2, and 3. Over 8 minutes in. We're coming up on 8 minutes and 30 seconds. NCR Nation with their first pairing in the blue shorts. There we go, they are swapping things out. So leading is CrossFit, it's CrossFit NCR Nation. There goes NFA. So NFA is in second right now. Will it be CrossFit Addict? Yes, so CrossFit Addict rounding out your 1, 2, and 3, but lane number 1 is keeping the pressure on. That's CrossFit Woodbine Blue Crab Fitness. And then in 5th, it's CrossFit Le Repère.
Tar Heel CrossFit looking to make the jump into round number 5 as well. Down in lane number 9, both sides of the floor for CrossFit NCR Nation onto the dumbbell snatches. I think same story center field there for NFA, both onto the snatches.
We're coming up on 10 minutes in. All right, there it is, 10 minutes in. That means you have 5 minutes remaining, athletes, 5 minutes.
It's gonna be very close between these squads. CrossFit NCR Nation, both teams onto the box jumps. NFA, same story. NFA just about a rep or two behind.
As you can look down the line, these athletes are on round, these teams are on round number 5. This is their fifth round right here, ladies and gentlemen. 4.5 minutes remaining.
Hands in the air on both sides. NCR Nation, looks like 1 rep to go, and they're gonna sprint it to the finish there in lane number 9. CrossFit NCR Nation taking heat number 1.
There goes NFA Hickory Hoosiers sprinting into the end zone. So we've got our 1 and 2 with 4 minutes to go. Lane number 2, CrossFit Addict. I believe that was Love Repair.
La Repair making it across the line.
CrossFit Woodbine Blue Crab Fitness gets their team into that finishing end zone. Who do we have down there, Larry?
Breaking it across the line, Tar Heel CrossFit. Finishing up solid. And you called it time on the clock, coming up to 12 minutes, about 3 minutes remaining. A number of our teams looking to finish up those box jumps and close out round number 5. Approaching the 2-minute and 30-second mark. Again, test number 4 underway here at the North America East.
We've got a sprint to the finish between CrossFit, 3 teams coming in. I believe that was CrossFit Hype, I think Grandview, and CrossFit Crash Black. It's a whole lot of fitness running across that finish line.
Hands in the air for CrossFit Southie White. Waiting on the final pair to finish up the box jumps. Hand in the air. They're going to finish well under that time cap as well. There we go, folks. Let's make some noise for CrossFit Southie White closing it out. All of our Heat 1 teams finishing under that time cap.
All right, big round of applause for heat number 1.
CrossFit NCR Nation setting that time to beat going into heat number 2, 10:48.
30 seconds. Seconds. Stand by.
All right, folks, here we go. This is team test number 4, brought to you by momentous 5 rounds for time. It's going to be split into male-female pairs, as you see one side of the floor. 1 female, 1 male on the rowers. 10 calories for the guys, 7 for the ladies. They'll each do 10 synchro alternating dumbbell snatches at 60 for the ladies, 90 for the guys. They'll then head to the box for 15 each, 24-inch box jumps alternating. The other side of the floor, calories on the ski erg, 10 and 7, 20 each synchro alternating dumbbell snatches, 10 each, 30-inch box jumps alternating on the snatches for that pair, 50 pounds and 70 for the guys. When both pairs have completed a round, they will switch positions to start the next round. So one pair will do 3 on the rower and 2 on the ski erg. The other pair will do 3 on the ski erg and 2 on the rower.
Don't worry, we're not taking a test after this, but we will keep you posted on the action here at the North America East NOBULL CrossFit Semifinal. If you're just joining us, this is Heat 2, team test number 4. These athletes working on those box jumps, and like Larry said, once they meet at the red line, they'll do the dance, swap places, and then head back over to the ergs. We've got hands in the air for a couple of teams. Looks like lane number 3, 10 Skills CrossFit Synergy, but it's gonna be lane number 4, CrossFit Hard Knock. That makes it to that red line as they look on while their teammates complete their box jumps. Who you got doing the dance over there, Larry?
Quick switch, Stay Strong CrossFit Black in lane number 10. But they're not by themselves. Looks like our crew in lane number 5 also on the switch as well. CrossFit Move Fast, Lift Heavy 365. And a slew of other people making the move as well. I'm sure they're gonna keep it nice and close. 50-minute time cap on this workout. Time to beat set by CrossFit NCR Nation at 10 minutes and 48 seconds in heat number 1.
We did see all the teams get through this in the previous heat. We're hoping to see the same thing here with heat number 2. Got a couple of teams done with their erg, onto the dumbbells.
Again, test number 4. Our pairs getting a taste of it on both sides of the red line.
3 minutes in, we are 3 minutes in. Looks like lane number 10, Stay Strong CrossFit Black, starting those box jumps first.
Their ski erg pair 1 rep away. Well, now they're done with their snatches and they will head to the box. So Stay Strong will have both pairs in play.
It looks like it's Stay Strong CrossFit Black and then CrossFit Move Fast, Lift Heavy 365. We will do our best to keep you posted with what's going on, but I tell you what, there's a lot of bodies, a lot of movement, and a lot of good times here happening at the NOBULL CrossFit Semifinal.
Right down the center line where the red line is, you'll see placards with round markers. Keep an eye on lane number 10. They're about to flip it to round number 3. They have one team done, the other pair finished up, and they are moving on. Stay Strong CrossFit Black at lane number 10.
Right behind them is lane number 5. That is CrossFit Move Fast, Lift Heavy 365. They are currently in second for this heat. And then it is a close race between lanes 1 and 2. That's Training Think Tank CrossFit and CrossFit Crash Red. 4.5 minutes in. It is 1, Stay Strong CrossFit Black. 2, CrossFit Move Fast, Lift Heavy 365. And then in third, we have a battle happening between Training Think Tank and CrossFit Crash Red.
Creeping up on 5 minutes. Stay Strong CrossFit Black. Both teams coming off their ergs nearly simultaneously, going right to work on the snatches. A slight difference in rep counts. They're all moving very efficiently. Heavy side done ahead of the higher rep count on the ski erg side. They'll start chipping away at their box jumps.
It looks like lane number 5 might have a little bit of an edge. They had both of their teams to the boxes first. That's CrossFit Move Fast, Lift Heavy 365. They might have taken the lead from Stay Strong CrossFit Black, but we will have to wait and find out and see who's able to meet up at that red line first.
Trying to keep a good eye on both of them.
We've got one team for, sorry, go ahead. What you got going on there, Larry?
Stay Strong CrossFit Black, switching it up.
Oh, nice. All right, so they're able to maintain their lead.
They hung tough.
So we're going to keep that same 1 and 2. It is 1, Stay Strong CrossFit Black. 2 is CrossFit Move Fast, Lift Heavy 365. And then in third, it's lane number 2, Training Think Tank CrossFit. In fourth, it's going to be lane number 1, CrossFit Crash Red. And then rounding out your top 5 for this heat, I believe that is lane number 8, 12 Labors CrossFit.
Stay Strong CrossFit Black exiting the ergs nearly simultaneously again here in round number 4. Great split shot on the Jumbotron. If you're watching at home, that is going to be Stay Strong. Our skier team there in white. The other side, our row erg, wrapping it up as well with a couple of reps to go here in round number 4 for CrossFit, or Stay Strong CrossFit Black.
I like it. If you've got a team out here, you guys, make some noise for them. Cheer on your teams. 7.5 minutes in.
Stay Strong, both halves of the floor onto the box jumps. A number of our teams in round number 4. Who's it going to be moving to round number 5 first? Again, a 5-rounder, 15-minute cap, not going to need it. And man, almost done simultaneously. Stay Strong Black moving into round number 5. Time to beat 10:48, set by CrossFit NCR Nation in heat number 1.
Lane number 2, also moving into their 5th and final round. That is Training Think Tank CrossFit. So we have 3 teams in their final round.
12 Labors, I believe, in lane number 8, also in the 5th round, or in the 5th round, rather. But just like they've done thus far, Stay Strong CrossFit Black coming off their ergs nearly simultaneously and going right into the snatches. They're gonna have to keep that pace up if they want to take down that top time by CrossFit NCR Nation. 10:48, that time to be.
9.5 minutes in, 9 minutes and 30 seconds in for our teams right here. Training Think Tank CrossFit trying to catch Stay Strong CrossFit Black. They're on opposite fields of play. Stay Strong moving to some box jumps.
Not wasting any time, chipping away. Oh, a bit of a no-rub, just a bit of a misstep. He's right back in the saddle, and they're right back at it.
The battle between lanes 10 and lane number 2 is real here. But now we've got lane number 10, Stay Strong CrossFit Black, with both of their pairs at the box jump. For lane number 2, they've only got one of their pairs at the box jump. Let's see how it goes, Larry.
They're keeping up that heat. I'll tell you what, the crowd coming alive on this side. That Stay Strong CrossFit fan base over here is strong, cheering on their fellow.
Larry, CrossFit Move Fast, Lift Heavy 365 has slid into second place because they had both of their teams going. But check it out, we're about ready to have our first finisher in lane number 10.
Here we go. They wrap up that last box jump and they sprint to the finish. And right around 10:43, I'll get an exact time. But that's going to be Stay Strong CrossFit Black.
We've got a battle between lanes number 5. Here we go, lane number 2, able to pull it in. Training Think Tank CrossFit. Able to get through those box jumps a little bit quicker. We got another team. Ooh, we've got, I think two or three teams running through at the same time. Here comes CrossFit Crash Red over in lane number 1. They've completed this event.
12 labors. CrossFit Service also wrapping it up in lane number 8.
I apologize if we missed calling your team in from our vantage point. Couldn't see those name markers, but rest assured, their scores are good and solid on that leaderboard.
As we approach 12 minutes, another team making it across the line. Actually, 2 more teams making it across the line, finishing up
CrossFit
Fittest and Oceania.
finished, and then 10 Skills CrossFit Synergy after them.
Looking to close out round number 5 in lane number 9, CrossFit Seoul, Miami. Hands in the air on both sides of the field. Same story. A few lanes away for CrossFit Hype the Takeover.
2.5 minutes till time cap. It looks like they are both in the home stretch for test number 4.
And Seoul, Miami taking it across the line right around 12:39. CrossFit Hype the Takeover. Finishing up the last of their box jumps. As we approach 13 minutes on the time clock. Hand in the air. Last few.
All right, looks like they're going to be able to sprint it in. Give it up for our final team coming across. I believe that's CrossFit Hype the Takeover.
And they will wrap it up. All of our teams done under that time cap. Big round of applause for all of our teams. Stay strong, CrossFit Black.
Day 2 of the North America East Semifinals continues here in Orlando, Florida, and we are glad you are with us, everyone, as the teams are up next for their 4th test. I'm Sean Woodland with Adrian Conway. We have Mike Arsenault down on the competition floor. We'll be hearing from him throughout the day as we are ready for the 4th test of the semifinal for the teams. Is presented by Momentous.
It's presented by Momentous, and there's a lot of momentum and friction created within this test, Sean. It is team test 4, 5 rounds for time. One pair will be working through a 10 and a 7 calorie row, while they then execute 10 synchro alternating dumbbells at 90 pounds for the men and 60 pounds for the women, and then 15 each. They're going to go through 24-inch box jumps. The other pair is going to be working through a similar fashion of a heavier loaded barbell and on the ski erg. Every round they're going to switch positions, and they're going through 5. Listen, there's going to be some keys to success here, and here's the recipe. They need to pace the ergs and speed the transitions. I really don't know that it's worth going all out on the ergs if it slows your transitions from not just the movement to movement, but also your station rotation, and then you've got to be willing to get messy. This test is going to be a little nasty.
Here are the 10 teams that will be in test number 4, the 3rd of 4 heats. And in lane number 6 is CrossFit PSC Invasion, right now in a qualifying spot in the CrossFit Games. 8th place overall. They have some momentum. They finished 4th, Adrian, in test number 3.
Yeah, listen, they created some great momentum. They're bumped up to 8th place, and they're executing from the 2nd to last heat today, but they've got to keep the urgency and keep charging to make sure that they're solidifying their place in the top 10.
Joined in the booth now by CrossFit's GM of Sport, Justin Berg. Justin, thanks so much for taking the time to do this. And a big topic of conversation has been the fact that not all events are going to be streamed here. Can you say how that decision was made?
Yeah, I think we'll talk about this a little bit more, but first, we're really excited to be back here in the real world. So it's great to be back with in-person competition. We were really building our coverage plan, working back from the big moments of this weekend, which will be on Sunday when we crown the individual winners and the people who will advance to the CrossFit Games. Working backwards on Saturday, we will crown the team champions and the teams that will be representing this part of the world at the CrossFit Games. And then as we looked at the early days, and especially early in those days, the early heats of coverage, what we wanted to do is make sure that we prioritize a lot of the things we're investing in to do the live individuals and the team competition, but we also want to experiment with some new ways to cover our sport, and I think highlights are going to be part of that in the future. So in the past, it's been all heats, all divisions, all the time, and sometimes when we're using our media, we need to be focusing on highlights and things that are going to reach outside the CrossFit community too. Don, our CEO, has really tasked us with how do we make sure that we're introducing CrossFit to new audiences as well. So this weekend, it's a little bit of a test. So we're trying to preserve for our community and our viewers right now what they're seeing with the competition, but also try to encapsulate some of our sport content in ways that are going to reach outside the CrossFit community and introduce it to new people who will hopefully find a coach in a gym one day.
In the first of 5 rounds here of test number 4, this is the 3rd of 4 heats. And with that being said, then how does that affect things moving forward as far as when we get to the CrossFit Games?
Well, I think it's the same philosophy. We have this unbelievable opportunity with our sport to not just hang gold medals around people's necks, but put CrossFit through our sport channels in front of people who have never seen it before. Or if they've seen it, they haven't thought that it was right for them at their stage in their journey. So a lot of what we're focusing on is how do we take that coverage plan and make sure that we're serving it in ways that are contemporary, a lot of highlight, short form stuff, and then also how do we get closer to the field of play and tell better athlete stories that are going to resonate with different, unique audiences. So more in store for that as we get there, and Madison's a whole different ballgame.
Stat CrossFit on the left side of your screen, they were, well, really both sides, as we have their team working at opposite ends of the floor. They were the first team to get done with round number 1. This is a big change as far as qualifiers going to the games, the amount of people that are here. Why the mega semifinals?
Well, remember, one of the things that we really needed to focus on this year was there was a lot of competitions last year. The reality was it was economically difficult to run that volume of events in North America and in Europe and do that at a sustainable level. So I think this year with the semifinals, our top priority was to make sure that the athletes have a great experience and that no athletes who would have competed last year were cut out. And so we took the field of 30 men and 30 women that were at last year's semifinals, and we combined 2 of those into one event. One event is a lot more efficient for us to run. we can put all of our firepower behind the broadcast, the on-site experience, the judging, all the ways that we're administering this competition, and try to do it at a higher level for a larger number of athletes all at once. Also, what we love about it, it's such a deep field. So you have so many more fans here because there's more affiliates represented, more communities represented, and the top athletes are going to have such a better competition experience because they've got awesome peers that are going to push them even further.
The Stade CrossFit continues to lead here. The pair of Jean-Simon Wallamer and Isabelle Carrier are on the right. And they're getting ready to switch up with Jason Uda and Marie-Laurence Burdette as they will now start round 3. 5 total rounds here, 15-minute time cap. And the time to beat is 10 minutes, 44.72 seconds, belongs to Stay Strong CrossFit Black.
And right now, that team is about 25 seconds ahead of the split time that was established by our previous leaders in the heats before. There is a lot going on as you guys watch this test get played out, and it's a clear understanding where there's a pair going through synchronized work. When they complete that work, they've actually got to wait at their particular station before they can switch roles. And in this particular test, each pairing is going through an odd number of rounds, so it's 5 total. So the idea is that these teammates started at the location where they're going to do more of the work to finish.
This is Stade CrossFit, your leaders right now in the heat. CrossFit Milford Team Conquer in lane 7. They're in the blue pants. They are in second place behind Stade CrossFit.
Both working through those touch and go dumbbell snatches. Now the standards here, folks, are that both heads of the dumbbell must touch the ground at the same time, and they must meet at the top of the repetition to synchronize the repetition. As you see some no reps happening there from our leaders.
The Stade CrossFit bottom of your screen, you can see them, all 4 of their athletes. On the boxes, Jason Ude, Isabelle Carrier, Marie-Laurence Burdette, and Jean-Simon Wallamer, the team of Stade CrossFit. And Justin, you guys are running the 2 here. CrossFit's running the semifinal in Europe. What are the plans for the future as far as you guys running these competitions?
Well, I think right now it's really focused on creating a good athlete experience, making sure this is awesome community experience for not just our volunteers and the athletes, but also for the fans that are coming. This is a huge affiliate gathering for people on the Eastern United States. The goal is to really assess, make this the best experience we can this week, relay that into next week and the 3rd week in Berlin, and then we'll reassess. We'll really take feedback from the athletes and how their competition experience was, how we can make that a little bit better in the future. We'll also kind of take stock of, how our partners felt about this, how the media coverage portrayed. And then what we'll do is we'll make a good plan for next year. I think we really need to stabilize this stage. I feel good about the number of events that we have right now, and I think we're probably a year or 2 years away from maybe any major changes there. But I always say that, and then Europe's usually the one that comes knocking at the door saying, hey, we got a really good reason that you need to reconsider this. Yeah. So I think we're always eyes wide open, and we're trying to do a good job collecting feedback from all of our interested parties so that we can make a decision together that's going to help us lift the sport.
GM of Sport, Justin Berg, joining us here in the booth. Let's bring in Mike Arsenault, who's down on the competition floor. Mike?
Thank you very much, Sean. CrossFit PSC Invasion, they were at the Atlas Games last year, and they finished just outside of a qualifying spot. They finished in 6th, and the top 5 teams from the Atlas Games went to the CrossFit Games. Right now, they're in 8th place after a 4th place finish on test number 3. So this is the first time in 2 years of competition they've actually been within that qualifying realm for a spot to go to the CrossFit Games. I asked their coach, Caitlin, just before this test, if that added to the nerves. She said not at all. That actually gives the team more confidence to stay in the top 10. And if they can continue to put up performances like they have thus far, there's a very good chance they could be attending the CrossFit Games coming up in August.
Thanks, Mike. PSC Invasion there in the middle, lane 6. One pair on the box jumps, the other pair at the bottom of the screen working on the dumbbell snatches. Stade CrossFit right side, they continue to lead here. Jean-Simon Wallamer paired up with Isabelle Carrier on the right side, trying to track down the top time of 10 minutes, 44.72 seconds. And Justin, I know that you guys have made a commitment to this current season structure, but what room is in there for you to maybe adjust some things to make things run a little better, maybe more efficiently?
Well, I think that's one of the hallmarks of this team is being really resilient about the things that are the most important, the competition experience, taking good care of our athletes, making it a good community environment. But really there is a million things that happen on the floor, behind the scenes with the event experience that we try to fix for day 2 and then also take into week 2. And so we have this team a lot of experience running regionals in an old format where we used to run sometimes over a dozen events, all with standardized programming. There are always things that are going to take place on day 1 that you can anticipate, but you don't know exactly where some of those angles or the rough edges are going to be. So it's polish those, make it as good an experience for the first group through, and then quickly try to improve on that for week 2 and week 3. That includes for our spectators as well. We know all of the things are not going to be perfect in week 1, but our job is to make it better day 2, make it better week 2, and then save all that good learning so that we can apply it to next year.
Stad CrossFit right now, they are in their 5th and final round.
Doing a great job syncing up, staying smooth. One of the recipes to success here was being willing to get a little messy. And they're doing that. You can tell that they're digging deep into the pain cave here. It's going to be a really important aspect of them finishing this 5th round fast.
One more look at the description for Team Test 4, presented by Momentous. The team that started on the rower will row 3 times, and the pair that starts on the skier will ski 3 times. One pair has to deal with a heavier dumbbell but fewer reps, and one team has to deal with a higher box. So
that's
trying
right.
to beat bottom left-hand part of your screen.
And a lot of this time here that we're watching take place is how fast can you jump onto the box and open your hip at the top, as we see shorter athletes land in a squatty position.
Jean-Simon Wallimer is across. He was the man with the time chip. And they are going to smash the top time, 9:54.12 seconds.
Wow.
That's your new top score with 1 heat remaining.
I was describing the differences in some of these box jump techniques where athletes catch themselves low in the very bottom of a squat, and then they have to travel a longer distance to stand up at the top. That can significantly lengthen the cycle rate here from athlete to athlete.
This is the battle for second place between CrossFit Milford Team Conquer. They are on the right, and PSC Invasion is going to win that battle. Here comes Milford Team Conquer. They are in. The PSC Invasion is going to have the second best time right now at 10:34.38 seconds. Milford was only 2 seconds back.
Yeah, you love to see it. PSC rising to the occasion. They said they weren't feeling the pressure, and again, they're stepping up and got a top time so far.
12 Labor's Lions just came in at 11:03.12 seconds. We've now had 5 teams finish. The top 4 times in this test right now have come out of this heat. CrossFit Pro 1 Montreal is in. CrossFit Future the Brutes, they have now finished. The bottom of your screen is 3 Kings CrossFit.
You know, one of the things that's unique about the CrossFit Games and the way that we run our competitions, there is a distinct advantage to being at the top of the leaderboard early because you get to watch some of the earlier heats go. And when you see, you said we've got some of the top scorers overall in this heat, that's not just because these are very good teams. They also are seeing the pace and they're seeing the comfort level that they think that they can go above and beyond. I expect that to be even better in the following heats here. This is a workout especially where you can think that you're operating at a pretty high pace and then you see somebody else on camera, if these teams are watching or their coaches are watching the stream, and they go, hey, that's just not going to cut it. We're going to have to find a way to trim down those transitions and go a little quicker, especially on the boxes where it can be a little easy to kind of fall behind pace, blame that on fatigue. When you see other teams in previous heats going for it, I think it's going to change the level of expectation for the latter heats.
This is CrossFit CLT Black. Ryan Young and Carden Lanfer on the box jumps, paired up with Amanda Likens and Hunter Osmond. two of them waiting for their teammates to finish.
Yeah, you gotta love it, and I really love that this is a finisher here in regards to the box jump and having to open the hip at the top. There's a tremendous amount of accuracy, balance, coordination happening right there, especially under fatigue. You're rushing, you're looking left or right, you're racing the clock. But if you fall off the box too soon, it's a big fat no rep, and then you got to go down and repeat that thing, and you're costing your team some time.
Yeah, one of the things I like seeing here too is you're seeing this crowd here in Orlando. It is great to be back in person. It is so much fun to be here. And this is a Friday.
Man.
So we are early in the competition.
Awesome.
Big crowd showed up on Thursday. Had an awesome time. The vendor village is like, this is actually really cool. We're running out of stuff. But it's really fun to be back in person and see this community, which we love, actually show up and rally behind all these teams. And a lot of teams. This is a big field of affiliate teams.
That's right.
Here are your results for Heat 3 of test number 4. Stad CrossFit, they go sub-10. First team we've seen go sub-10, 9:54.12 seconds. Let's take a look back at their performance. Highlights presented by Rogue.
And what we got here is consistency paid off for these guys as they executed very steadily throughout, got out in front, and was able to sustain that lead throughout this entire test. One thing that I really appreciate is what they established was the timing between both teams finishing each station. They weren't caught up waiting for one another a ton. They had it timed out so they could conserve energy, but got across and got the Heat win.
One heat remains here in test number 4. Justin, thanks so much for stopping by. Really appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of the weekend and look forward to seeing you next week.
Be a lot of fun. See you guys.
Thank you.
Team action continues here on day 2 of the North America East Semifinal from Orlando, Florida. I'm Sean Woodland with Adrian Conway. We got Mike Arsenault down on the competition floor. And we are in the final heat for Test 4 presented by Momentous.
Yeah, there's a lot of craziness that's happening out on the floor right now when we go through this Test 4. 5 rounds for time. One pair is doing a specified amount of work that differs from the other pair that's going to move through a row. The other pair is going to move through a ski for calories. They're both going to do synchronized dumbbell snatches, but at different loads and for different reps, and similarly box jumps as well, alternating from athlete to athlete at different heights for different reps. Then they're going to swap. Now there's recipes to success in order to be able to win and or have a great placing in this. And it's to pace the ergs and speed the transitions. You can't blow it all out on the skis and the rows and then just jog and be moving mediocrely through the rest of the test. You got to get a little messy, and you got to be willing to be at your threshold throughout this entire one.
10 teams on the floor right now are all in qualifying positions right now for the CrossFit Games. Top 10 teams advancing here to Madison, Wisconsin. East Nashville Proven, they've had a solid 3 tests so far.
It's been solid, but you know what? They ran into a little bit of some struggle there in event 3 today, so I'm really excited to see how they bounce back, because I bet they have something they feel like they need to prove.
Mayhem Independence, be keeping an eye on them as well. They come in 3rd place overall, coming off a 5th place finish in test 3.
Yeah, I really like these tests for Mayhem Independence. It's going to be fast moving, fast on transitions. They've got to get the reps done, but they train a lot together, so we know that they're going to be synchronized.
.954.12 seconds from Stad CrossFit is your time to beat. They did that in the prior heat.
Being mindful, the men are skiing a different amount of calories. They're skiing 10 calories, the ladies. The women, excuse me, are skiing 7 calories. And this is allowing them to simply understand what watts they got to hit to get to those dumbbells. Now, you're going to notice a lot of these teams on the jog or on the run between movements, because that transition is going to be very important. And as you guys are watching ahead to these dumbbell snatches, a couple things that are important to understand. Both heads of the dumbbell should be meeting the floor at the same time, and they've got to be synchronized at the top between athletes.
Both teams have their rowing pair onto the box jumps. The pairs that started on the ski are closing out their dumbbell snatches. They have to do 20 reps, but then they have to do fewer box jumps, only 10 for the pair on the right. Just take a look at Ben Smith, the 2015 fittest man on earth. And for more on him, let's go down to Mike Arsenault.
Well, I had the opportunity to talk to Ben Smith before this test. So Ben Smith, the 2015 fittest man on earth. He's also competed on a team here. He's also a high-level coach. He's the coach of Laura Horvath. So I asked him, what is the most nerve-wracking role that he's had in a CrossFit competition? He said by far it's coaching, because he's watching, he's not able to compete on the floor. I asked him what's it like to be a member of the team. This is the first time he's competed for a spot at the CrossFit Games on a team, and he said they're just taking these tests as practice. They're very confident they're going to make it to the CrossFit Games. This is all about smoothing out any fine edges, and they're looking to peak in Madison.
East Nashville Proven, they were the first team to get both of their pairs through, and then they make the switch. And now the pairs that started on the skier on the rower and vice versa. It's Tim Paulson and Andrea Nisler on the rowers for East Nashville Proven, and now Williamson and Moroccanio, who has finally told us how to say his last name.
It's going to be hard for me to hold on to, Sean. Moroccanio.
Moroccanio.
Now, ironically enough, they are the leaders, but they were about 4 seconds behind that established speed of Stad from the last heat. So we'll see if they can close the gap and, of course, be able to take the overall event win if, in fact, they continue to lead this heat.
And that's the crew from AB CrossFit. They have been very loud and very vocal over the past day and a half. And their team right now is hanging pretty strong in this heat towards the front. They are in the middle of your screen in the all black. AB CrossFit coming in 3rd place overall. They're only 12 points out of first. But most importantly is that they are inside the top 10. East Nashville Proven, training think tank CrossFit Black in lane 10 at the far end of the floor. And CrossFit CLT, the Grit House, bottom of your screen in lane number 2. They are your top 3 teams here in round 2 of 5.
And again, just from a viewer's experience, watching how these athletes land on the box for their box jump. The optimal outcome is that their hips stay above their knees, so it's more like a hinge. They're saving energy in their legs, and they're reducing the distance they have to travel to open their hip at the top of the box so they can get down and cycle reps faster. Now as they make that transition, Sean, they're about 6 seconds behind the pace that Stat established.
The training think tank CrossFit Black, they are now in the lead. On the far right side of your screen in lane number 10, Tanner Balaz, Hannah Hardy, Jordan Adcock, and Mike Needleman taking over the top spot in this heat from East Nashville Proven. The time to beat, again, belongs to Stad CrossFit, 9 minutes 54.12 seconds.
Proven is just ripping it. Look at the way Nistler and Paulson are just ripping through these dumbbell snatches. Looks effortless, the contractions are happening quick. I'm telling you, they came out a little hungry into this event due to the fact that I don't think event 3 or test 3 went exactly how they would have desired it this morning.
Despite that, they still finished third in there.
Brian Friend just reminded me one of the recipes to success is get messy, and they're doing it. They're doing it.
And then here comes the rest of the team on those lower box jumps.
20% off NOBULLproject.com for those that have purchased a ticket to the North America East, North America West, or the Berlin semifinal. Your code will be emailed to you after the conclusion of semifinals. And you can scan the QR code on your screen for more information. CrossFit Mayhem Independence in lane 7, starting to move up here in this heat.
They were making great work of those box jumps there.
And they have moved into second place behind East Nashville Proven. East Nashville Proven overtaking training think tank CrossFit Black. Proven on the right side, well, both boxes down out. As you see Tim Paulson and Andrea Nistler on the rower, Taylor Williamson and Paula Maracchino on the ski.
This is going to get tight, even as we see 24/7 move fast, lift heavy, right there in the thick of things. And right now, we've got a tight race for overall points. Only 3 points are behind move fast, lift heavy, and Team Proven.
And points are important for all these teams as they look to keep themselves inside the top 10. The team on the right side, 8th Day CrossFit Black, moving to the dumbbells right now. They currently sit in 10th place overall, and they did not have much of a cushion coming into this event. They had 2 teams within 6 points of them for that final spot.
And this is where some of these teams psychologically are going to start to wonder, do we have what it takes to go to the CrossFit Games? Are we really that team? Everyone's probably heard of imposter syndrome, and when you find yourself in the top 10, potentially punching a ticket to the CrossFit Games, whether you expected it or not, there's some added pressure to your performance as we go throughout the rest of the weekend.
And training think tank CrossFit Black, who are in lane 10 right next to them, they are one of the teams on the outside looking in right now. They are in 12th place overall, 3 points back. We have a change in the lead as Mayhem Independence in lane 7. On your screen now, they are in first place, moving ahead of East Nashville Proven. Angelo DeChico paired up with Zoe Jones, and Sam DeMeester working with Kyra Milligan. The 2 of them heading to the rowers to start round 5, and East Nashville Proven was right there as well.
About 10 seconds behind our current leader's pace.
Stad CrossFit does have the time to beat at 9:54.12 seconds. DeMeester and Milligan on the left, DeChico and Jones on the right.
Move fast, lift heavy just advanced, as well as AB CrossFit. Man, we've got a tight race.
Mayhem Independence is on the right. They have all 4 of their athletes on the dumbbells, and then East Nashville Proven, they're on the left, and Maracchino and Williamson were the last 2 to the dumbbells. This one's going to come down to the box jumps probably for the win in this heat.
You couldn't write it up any better, Sean. They literally are not just synchro with their teammates. They're pretty much synced between all four of the pairs here within the teammates.
Morocco and Williamson now getting to work on their box jumps is DeMeester and Kyra Milligan. Now on the far left of your screen, Kyra Milligan wearing those green shorts. And now East Nashville Proven has their second pair to the boxes. Here come DeChico and Zoe Jones.
This is where you've really got to toe the line. This is where that phrase "get messy" comes into application. You've got to jump fast, stand tall, but you've got to make every rep count.
And once your partner has stood tall on top, you can start your jump. Now the timing chip is being worn by, I believe, Tola Morocco for East Nashville, and I think Sam DeMeester has it on for him. You had to put it on an athlete who started on the rower. And there goes Tola Morocco. He's across. East Nashville Proven is going to win the test. And now Mayhem Independence, they get in second place overall as they beat Stad CrossFit's time by about 6 seconds. And then in lane 10, training Think Tank CrossFit Black, that is big for them as they try to work their way back inside the top 10. $9:41.42 is the top time as we just had a tight finish.
It looked like Grithouse might have edged out CrossFit Move Fast Lift Heavy there. I missed who had the chip on.
So Grithouse is going to win the race for fourth by a second over Move Fast Lift Heavy.
Wow.
AB CrossFit Mayhem is going to take 6th in the heat, 7th in the event. They were 3 seconds back. 8th Day CrossFit, 10:17.59 for them as they take 7th in the heat, and then CrossFit Krypton will take 8th. CrossFit West Chase, they're the last team out, and every team gets in inside 11 minutes. Tim Paulson and the East Nashville Proven crew racking up another test win and looking to move into the overall lead. And I think you can probably get used to this. Proven slugging it out with Independence there late.
Oh man, you know, I've got a feeling that we're not only going to see this for the next few days, we're going to see this for the rest of the season. Toe-to-toe with these guys, head-to-head. It was a bit of a slugfest as we watched the lead be exchanged a few times. It came down to pacing, it came down to familiarity with your teammates. No wasted movements and no reps as we watched Independence and Proven go back and forth. And then, of course, we had Proven that was able to seize the moment towards the end, finish those box jumps, and then we had Tola sprinting across with some emotion. Let's go. I think they're a little fired up after this morning's finish.
Well, every finish has been inside the top 3 for East Nashville Proven, and that's our second test win of this semifinal. 6-second victory over CrossFit Mayhem Independence. Training Think Tank CrossFit Black as they look to move into a qualifying spot. They finished 3rd in this test, and then Stad CrossFit, the JS Method National, their top time from heat number 3 winds up 4th overall. Let's go down to Mike Arsenault.
First, third, first through 4 tests here at the semifinal in Orlando. How have you been able to create such effective chemistry so early in your career as a team, the 4 of you?
I think individually, we're all really good at CrossFit, so blending it together, it should only get greater. We're also learning things we need to go back and work on. So.
Speaking of those things you need to work on as we prepare for the CrossFit Games coming up in August, what is something that you've seen from the 4 of you that you think you do need to work on before the next stage?
Well, we got 2 more events, so we got those to work on first. But I think, honestly, our communication's come a long way, and it's just getting to know each other further, you know, kind of being able to read body signs when someone's fatigued, when to push, and just kind of how everybody interacts like that. So I think from a fitness perspective, you know, we're going to work hard, we're going to get better, but it's the team stuff that's going to really pay off.
Well, speaking of that communication, it's very loud in here, especially for a Friday. So how do you maintain that cohesive communication when the crowd is so loud around you?
When you work out in the gym, make it as loud as possible. That's it.
Loud music, That's the key.
Get used to not hearing people talk.
Well, the strategy's paying off so far. Congratulations. First place here on test 4.
East Nashville proving. I'm sure that happens if they let Tim Paulson control the music. Four tests in the books for the teams. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with light coverage of the opening heats for test 2 for the individuals. So stay with us here at the North America East Semifinal in Orlando, Florida.
The 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games North America East Semifinal is brought to you by GoWAD, the mobility app designed for athletes. And the U.S. Army. Be all that you can be.
Do you have to be fit to start CrossFit?
Oh, that's so not true.
I couldn't do one push-up. I couldn't run 400 meters.
I was out of shape. I was almost 300 pounds.
I heard of CrossFit, but I had no clue what it was.
CrossFit showed me a whole new level of what my body can do.
Nobody starts out CrossFit fit. You got to start from somewhere.
It just takes one day to go inside and try it out. One time. And then you'll know that you can.
I just think that's such a cool shining light to see people that have navigated their life and still chosen to prioritize health and fitness in a way that isn't just something that's a passing interest when you're young. I think that's super powerful. I think it's really, really, really cool. And it's really important that people can look to that and say, hey, you know what, that could be me.
There is a 6-word phrase that we say, what is CrossFit?
CrossFit is constantly varied functional movements that are executed at high intensity.
Es una definición de 5 segundos que dice todo, pero no satisface a nadie.
It's a strength and conditioning program that mixes weightlifting, calisthenics, powerlifting, running, rowing, biking, and a whole bunch of different ways so that you get a broad range of fitness and you're never bored with your workout because they're changing all the time.
At the end of the day, it's just working out with a good bunch of people, having a sweat, letting off some steam, and getting healthier and sexier at the same time.
It's family, it's community, it's fitness. It's a no BS approach to bettering your life, not only inside the walls of the gym, but also outside the walls of the gym.
You have to realize that when you step into a CrossFit gym, you're not just seeing the fittest competitive athletes in the world. You're seeing athletes that are just like you or me.
The beautiful thing about CrossFit is that absolutely anyone can do CrossFit.
Regardless of any demographic, age, ability level, or background.
Todos não como pode, como devem, né?
It is designed for anybody to take part in.
If I looked at each individual person that walks in every single day here, it's like everybody's absolutely different.
It could look like my 80-year-old dad. It could look like my kids.
There's an option for you that fits you exactly where you are on your fitness journey.
It'll meet you right where you are at, and it'll take you to places that you never even thought you could go in terms of your fitness.
I've seen people change their lives. I've seen people lose 50 kgs. Relationships be created, babies being born from people who've met at the gym and they got married, etc.
Para mí CrossFit fue encontrar una familia fuera de mi casa.
I can honestly say, hand on heart, that it will change their life.
Not because it's just a fitness program, not because of the community, but because the greatest adaptation that occurs in CrossFit happens right here.
And here we go, folks. We are off with individual test number 2. Gonna give you the quick down and dirty on this as quick as I can. It's gonna be for total reps completed in 3 3-minute intervals, 5 ring complexes. That's 1 toe to bar, 1 muscle up, 1 ring dip, followed by 20 single leg squats, then max burpee box jump overs. Here's the catch. Our ladies are gonna be wearing a 10-pound ruck using a 24-inch box. Again, they're gonna have 3 minutes to complete that work. Whenever the buzzer sounds, that round will stop. There'll be a 60-second rest, then we'll start it all over again. Again, it's max burpee box jump overs at the tail end of each round. 3 rounds total. Couple of hands in the air. Kearns is gonna be the first apparent, Ocker is gonna be the first to move out onto her single leg squats as we approach the 1 minute mark. We are 60 seconds in of our first round. Kearns advancing forward after each set of single leg squats, advancing ever closer to that 24-inch box. We are approaching the 90-second mark. Getting closer and closer, again, max burpee box jump overs at the end. And we are at 90 seconds. Just a handful of athletes are moving out. Androsik gonna reach the box just behind Ocker. Your 2 lewd athletes, 1 and 2. Big shout out and thank you to Go Ruck for supplying the rucks for test number 2 for our individual athletes. We are
1 minute.
Rolling through with just 2 athletes so far on the burpee box jump overs. Several athletes looking to catch up, and again, it's 3 separate intervals. So they're gonna reset this and start it all over again here in just a bit.
Athletes, you have 30 seconds.
One more athlete arriving at the box, Danielle Kearns. 10 reps in is Ocker, 10 reps in is Androsik.
10 seconds. Three, 2, 1, rest. 1 minute.
A 1 minute rest. Athletes are going to head back. And again, folks, we're going to start it all over again for the second 3-minute interval. It'll start with 5 ring complexes. Again, those complexes are 1 toe to rings, 1 muscle up, 1 ring dip.
$30 seconds. $10 seconds. Stand by.
Here we go, second interval underway. You can track the progress of your favorite athlete. They're gonna advance that box every 10 burpee box jump over, so you'll be able to track your favorite athlete throughout the event. Again, it's starting with the 5 ring complexes. And that's a toe to ring, a muscle up, and a dip. When they've completed those, they will move forward, 20 single leg squats, and then max burpee box jump overs. Androsik and Ocker leading the way. There's in lane number 7 and 2 respectively. Again, this is our second 3-minute interval. Hands in the air on the line. Who's gonna be our first athlete to get to those single leg squats?
We are 1 minute in, 2 minutes remaining for these athletes. We've got action happening with Kearns over in lane number 1, first to emerge into those one-legged squats.
Kearns is in the mix on the burpee box jump overs as well. Jessica, lane number 7. Onto her single leg squats as well.
They're about halfway, a little over halfway towards that 3-minute cap here before they rinse and repeat this yet again. 2 athletes onto their one-legged squats with a little over 1 minute remaining.
Androsik rocking and rolling just like she did in the first interval, blazing through those one-leg squats.
Under 1 minute.
And right to work on the burpee box jump overs is Jessica in lane number 7.
45 seconds.
Easy to spot, the only athlete logging reps at that location, leading the way here in heat number 1.
"30 seconds, athletes."
Androsik rocking and rolling now. Kearns joining her on the burpee box jump overs.
Coming into your last 10 seconds. Three, 2, 1, rest. 1 minute.
As they head back, Derby getting to the box, logging a couple of burpee box jump overs as well.
Got 30 seconds. Ten seconds. Stand by.
And here we go, folks. Our final 3 of 3 on our intervals. Again, starting with 5 ring complexes. That's a toe to ring, a muscle up, and a dip. When our athletes have completed all 5 reps, they'll move forward for 20 single leg squats. And then on to max burpee box jump overs. Not a lot of time to get all that done. And leading the way has been Jessica Androsik in lane number 7. Not far behind, Gabrielle Ocker in lane number 2. And moving forward in the last interval, Danielle Kearns in lane number 1.
Let's cheer on our athletes, you guys. We've got Danielle Kearns over in lane number 1. She is able to emerge away from that rig first, while the rest of the athletes continue to work through those 5 ring complexes. If you've got an athlete out here, let them hear you guys. Cheer them on. They've just got a little over a minute and a half remaining. This is their 3rd and final round here for individual test 2. Who do we have on your end, Larry?
Moving forward, Derby. Looking to make a move here in the final interval.
Kearns and Derby are your 1 and 2. They have less than 1 minute. "45 seconds to go." Jessica coming out as well on those pistols, as is Stephanie. "30 seconds.
Derby in the mix, looking to make up for lost time in the first interval. Here's see she can advance that box.
15 seconds, athletes. 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1, time.
Woo. And Jessica making it back to the box and logging another burpee box jump over. And Jessica going to be your leader here in heat number 1.
Stand by.
And we are off. Again, folks, this is individual test number 2 for total reps completed in 3 3-minute intervals. It's gonna start with 5 ring complexes, 1 toe to ring, 1 muscle up, 1 ring depth. They're gonna move forward 20 single leg squats. They'll move forward after that, max burpee box jump overs. Our athletes here in this heat will be wearing a 10-pound ruck and using a 24-inch box for the jumps. Again, it's gonna be 3 separate intervals spaced by 1 minute of rest. So that at the end of that 3-minute run, they will start back over after that 1 minute of rest. Stewart in lane number 1, sorry Kiki. Stewart in lane number 1, advancing forward, done with the ring complexes onto the single leg squats. We've seen that lead jockey in heat number 1. Some athletes really good at the ring, some struggle with the single leg squats.
Stewart going right into her next set, and no apologies needed, Larry. I'm excited, you're excited, you guys excited? Let's cheer on our athletes. They're a little over a minute in on this first 3-minute portion. We got Demi doing pistols. Same with Volante, taking a step forward.
Fisher, Bentley on the other side of the field doing the same.
90 seconds, a minute and a half.
That's a bunch of stuff to get done in a short amount of time. Our athletes did an excellent job. Just a couple athletes logging burpees in heat 1, but Stewart already at work with well over a minute to get burpees done. Who else is gonna join her?
Athletes, you have 1 minute.
Valente going to work on her burpees. Harbank also on her burpees. We have several athletes. Jessica Schwartz along with Fisher, all putting burpees on the board. You will see them advance that 24-inch box every 10 reps on those burpee box jump overs.
Most of our athletes now working on those max rep jump overs. They have 30 seconds. Will we see another box drag? Yeah, here it is. Stewart making the most of it with 20 seconds to go.
Valente advancing as well.
10 seconds. Counting down in 3, 2, 1, rest, 1 minute.
Grange in lane number 10, advancing her box as well, along with Fisher and Schwartz. A number of our ladies getting at least 10 burpee box jump overs in our first interval.
Thirty seconds. Ten seconds. Stand by.
Our second interval underway. Starting the same as interval number 1 with those 5 ring complexes. Again, that is a toe to rings, a muscle up, and a dip. That would complete 1 complex. They've got to do 5 before they advance forward to the single leg squats, 20 reps. And then they're back on the burpee box jump overs. Some of our ladies getting 10 plus in the first interval here on test number 2, brought to you by Jocko Go.
They're in that hump round, if you will. Round 2 of 3. Working these 3-minute intervals, getting 1 minute of rest in between, as you've seen. Stewart was first to be able to walk away from that rogue rig. Will she be able to do it again? Demi with a couple of reps remaining on her complex. But Stewart looks to be working on her final rep of that complex, and there it is. She's coming out for some one-legged squats. Who do you have on your end, Larry?
Grace down in lane number 10 doing the same. She was a late starter there somewhat in the first interval, but she came on strong at the end, advancing her box just before the expiration. We'll see what she can do here in our second interval here in test number 2. Also have Jessica Schwartz on her single leg squats. Harvang 1 lane away doing the same. That's your 4 athletes that have completed the ring complex.
They're more than halfway on this second 3-minute round. Athletes, you have 1 minute.
Woo, Grange pushing it. Finding another gear, boy. Woo.
Making some moves over there in lane number 10. Here comes Stewart, but lane number 6 is also on those box jump overs, those burpee box jump overs. That's Jessica Schwartz.
Stephanie Grange finding it somewhere along the way. Straight out of CrossFit Reignited ILM.
30 seconds.
Here in lane number 10. See who's going to be the first to advance out of this 10 rep range. And it's going to be Grange.
Ten seconds. Three, 2, 1, rest. Just under a minute. Thirty seconds. Ten seconds. Stand by.
All right, folks, here we go. Final 3-minute interval here for test number 2. Heat number 2. Saw Stephanie Grange coming out strong in lane number 10. On round 2, let's see if we see a repeat here on interval 3.
Exactly on that middle round, it was Grange, Schwartz, and Stewart. You can see where those boxes are, right? Letting you know who's the front runner. Max burpee box jump overs is the name of the game. However, they got to get through a few things, like you were talking about those 5 ring complexes. That's 1 toe to rings, 1 muscle up, 1 ring dip before they can get into just 20 single leg squats. But it is all about those max burpee box jump overs.
Stephanie Grange, lane number 10. 1 to go on the complex, and she will finish up.
Here we go, we've seen this before. Here's Stewart and Grange tied up right there.
A little simultaneous synchro action as they advance.
Grange getting a no rep. Stewart, it looks like her reps are good to go as they approach that halfway marker on this final 3-minute section. There it is, 90 seconds.
Schwartz looking to make up ground on her single leg squats. Jessica moving very quickly through that round. can.
Athletes, you have 1 minute.
Schwartz attempting to overtake Grange as they eye to finish up their single leg squat. Stewart keeping the pressure on, but it is going to be Jessica Schwartz in the middle of the competition floor, the first of the burpee box jump overs, followed by Grange.
There we go, you're 1 and 2 down there. Working it on those box jump overs, those burpee box jump overs. Athletes, you've got 30 seconds to do what you can do with this.
Looking for that first athlete of that trio to push the box forward into the next scoring zone.
15 seconds, athletes. You've got 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1, time.
I believe it's going to be Jessica Schwartz right in the center of the floor, taking heat number 2.
Quick reset of the stage. If you're just joining us, Heat 3 is up next. Heat 3 up next. Stand by.
All right, folks, here we go. Individual test number 2 brought to you by Jocko Go. For total reps, athletes will complete in 3 3-minute intervals, 5 ring complexes consisting of 1 total ring, 1 muscle up, and 1 ring dip, followed by 20 single leg squats, and then they will end that interval with max burpee box jump overs while wearing a 10-pound ruck, utilizing a 24-inch box. They'll get a 1-minute rest following that interval. They'll rinse and repeat through the second and then into and through the third interval.
Emily over in lane number 4 coming out first. She is followed by Wozni. And Filaluz over in lane number 2. You're 1, 2, and 3 side by side right now as they come up on that first minute. If you're just joining us, this is Heat 3 of 4, Test 2, here at the North America East NOBULL CrossFit Semifinal. They are going for those max burpee box jump overs. But before they get there, they've got to do those ring complexes, 5 of them, and 20 single-legged squats. They're about halfway, 90 seconds, until we send them back for 1 minute of rest.
And we birth the first to the burpee box jump overs, and she goes right to work. Emily 1 rep ahead of Wozni in lane number 3. Filaluz now arriving in lane number 2. You're 1, 2, and 3, kind of stacked up in reverse order as you guys are looking at it.
Emily is rocking those teal green, or emerald green, I should say, shorts. Currently leading just under a minute, athletes. "45 seconds until we do that reset. You're 1, 2, and 3. Side by side, there goes Wozni in lane number 3. Able to advance that box, but so does Emily. Athletes, you've got less than 30 seconds.
Logan there in lane number 3, advancing that box in a hurry.
Ten seconds. Three, 2, 1, rest.
Our ladies doing a whole lot of work.
Go, DT.
"30 seconds.
Go, 1 rep at a time.
10 seconds. Stand by.
And here we go, folks. Interval number 2 here for test number 2 for our individual athletes. Again, brought to you by Jocko Go, starting with those 5 ring complexes. Several athletes done with the 5 ring complexes before I could finish explaining what they were. They moved quick, fast, and in a hurry. In our first interval, let's see how interval 2 goes.
Here we go. Emily in those emerald green shorts emerging from the rogue rig first. Logan with the pink knee sleeves, sitting in second for this heat. So it is 1 Emily, 2 is Logan. And then here comes Ashley rounding out your top 3. Same story as before, Larry.
Marching down the field.
They're about halfway, ladies. You've got about 90 seconds remaining. They are trying to get to that box for those maps, burpee, box jump overs. Emily is able to get there first. Looking to separate herself from the rest of the pack. Finding that rhythm in her final 3 minutes.
Deep into interval number 2. Advancing the box. Emily leading the way. Just a few lanes away, Logan looking to keep it tight. Ashley looking to make up some ground if she can, but right now, she's bracketed by the 2 leaders.
30 seconds. 15 seconds. 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1, 3 minutes. There's time. You've got less than a minute of rest.
Emily timing that last jump just right. You get credit for that rep.
Ten seconds. Stand by.
Here we go, interval 3 time. Our third and final look at the athletes here in heat number 3. We've seen Emily in lane number 4 leading the way. Leading that charge from the ring complex through the single leg squats and right into the burpee box jump overs. That score to beat set by Jessica Schwartz in the last heat of 32 burpee box jump overs. I think we're gonna see that eclipsed here by Emily in heat number 3. Emily with 1 rep remaining on the ring complex. I think maybe the same for Wasney 1 lane away. As well as Logan in lane number 2. But it's gonna be Emily clearing the rig first. Ashley and Logan right there with her though, Kiki.
They know they've just got 90 seconds remaining here. Athletes, you have 1 minute remaining. Let's go, Orlando. Cheer these athletes on. Help them out. There we go, give him a little bit of a boost. Less than 45 seconds to go as Emily makes her way to the box. So does Logan over in those pink knee sleeves. Keep it going. We've got 30 seconds. This is heat number 3 with 20 seconds remaining for test number 2. Ten seconds. Cheer them on until the end. 3, 2, 1, time.
See if I can get you an exact score for Emily.
Opening day of competition for the individuals here continues at the North America East Semifinal from the Orange County Convention Center in Orlando, Florida. Thanks for watching, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Mike Arsenault is down on the competition floor. The women are in the middle of their second test. Here are our overall standings coming in to test number 2. Danielle Brandon leads the way with 100 points. Amanda Fisher just 3 points back of her, and Danielle Kearns is in third. Test number 1 was earlier today. It was that long slog of the bike, the ski, and the run with those sled pulls. Emma Carey would wind up taking 5th place in the test, 28 minutes, 37.29 seconds. Brooke Wells struggled in test number 1. She would get time capped and take 17th. Amanda Barnhart looked good on the runner, and she was towards the front of the pack for the majority of the test. Sydney Wells got herself a top 10 finish. She would take 9th place with a time of 29 minutes, 39.91 seconds. But everybody was chasing Danielle Brandon. Very efficient on the ski, and she was setting the pace throughout test number 1. Amanda Barnhart would take 4th place overall. She would finish at 28 minutes, 24.97 seconds, and as we showed you in the overall standings, Danielle Brandon will lock up 100 points as she takes the opening test, finishes in 26 minutes, 35.48 seconds. Test number 2 has that ring complex.
Hey, I tell you what, it doesn't get any easier when we come to test number 2 for the day. We've got 3 different gymnastic movements in this test. Ring complex, we've got single leg squats and burpees over a box. But just like test 1, we had an odd object twist. We have a ruck, 10 pounds for the women, and that 24-inch box, 3 rounds, 3 minutes each with a minute rest in between. When we look at the rings, the complex doesn't have to be complex. It doesn't have to be in a row. You can break things up as needed. You don't need to make it harder than it needs to be. So we did a lot of grippy things this morning with that sled pull, so break it up if you have to. And don't let the buy-in, which is the complex and the single leg squats, cash you out before it gets to the box. Pace yourself intelligently before we get to what counts.
4th of 6 heats, lane number 6, is Carolyn Prevost, a woman who has won 11 national championships in 4 different sports.
One of the best athletes, just overall athletes that we have in competition, both men and the women. She can also pull some weight off the floor. She's gonna need a bounce back event after test 1 this morning, and she was looking forward to it. I talked to her earlier about how she's gonna approach this, and she just says, listen, I've got some work to do, and I'm ready to do it.
Prevost finished 22nd in test number 1, as we are underway with the 5 ring complexes. And if you have been watching, you are allowed to break these up.
You can, and you either do that to save your grip, hanging onto the rings for a toes to ring into a muscle up, and then that extra dip at the end after you finish the dip for the ring muscle up. So we basically got 2 hanging movements, 2 pressing movements. And when you look at this, there's a lot of different styles that you're gonna see based off an athlete's skill and ability. Some are good pullers, not good pressers. Some are good pressers and not good pullers. Some are bad at both. Some are good at both. And as they navigate through that complex, once we get to this portion of the test, it's 20 total pistols. We'll do 5 on one leg, advance, 5 on the next, 5, 5. Each set must be done without the foot coming down, or that single rep will not count. So if you do 4 reps, and on the 4th rep before you finish, you put the foot down, it's 3. They have to start over from that number, not from 0.
Carolyn Prevost was one of the first women to get to the single leg squats as she moves on to her 4th and final sets. Calista Lang and Roran Scott. Roran Scott's on the far left and Calista Lang in lane 3. And after calling nothing but team events, this floor looks
yeah,
downright
it's
empty.
Kind of nice, right? You got 10 people to talk about. And Sean, you look at what we have here is that this is where the reps count. Everything else is a numerical buy-in, basically, is that we're not counting scores until we get to the burpee box jump overs. You're not allowed to use your hand on the box. You have to at least land on it, hop off, step off, whatever you need to do. You can't put the hands on the box or on your legs. And we have a minute left in here, so we have an interval style test coming off that long, grueling test this morning.
Right now, 5 women on those burpee box jump overs, and as Chase mentioned, these are the reps that count in your score. Everything else is just a buy-in.
Now look at Caroline Prevost in the center lane. She's in the green long sleeve. Watch how she's getting up and down from the floor. There's a reason for this. This burpee is going to tax your triceps and your chest and shoulders, which you need for the ring dip. So watch, she'll come down to the floor, crawl up, so that's gonna limit how much she pushes from the floor. So the technique here is to try to limit how much her arms come into play with the burpee, and getting those knees up allows her not to press as much of her body weight with the ruck from that push-up press position.
They advance that box every 10 reps. Prevost was the first woman to advance her box. Roran Scott and Calista Lang towards the bottom of your screen.
1 rest. 1 minute.
Let's go down to Mike Arsenault with more on Carolyn Prevost.
Most difficult portion of this test with the ruck on their back. She said it's not an issue with the toes to bar. The biggest issue is on the transition of the muscle up, because all the weight's on the back and you have to force yourself forward to get into the dip position. Also on the burpees, that every single rep you notice that pretty much the rep is hitting, or the ruck is hitting the athletes in the back of the head. So that's something you're gonna have to deal with throughout the entirety of this test. But look again for that transition on the muscle up to be the most difficult part in terms of how the ruck will impact these athletes here on test number 2.
One thing we just saw, building off what Mike was talking about, the tightening up of the waist strap before we get to the rings that we just saw right there, is that that's going to limit how much that bag moves around. But when you get to, say, the single leg squats, having some freedom of the bag, not squeezing on your diaphragm, you'll probably see them loosen up the straps going from movement to movement.
Roran Scott, who you're looking at right now, unofficially racked up 18 reps in the first round. She's 1 up on Prevost. That's unofficial. That's by the count that we're looking at on the floor.
Well, here's what's important about that. In the event of a tie on total reps, Sean, the tiebreaker is the total number of burpee box jump overs you do in round number 1. So if you tie at, say, 45 reps at the end, if she gets 23 and the other athlete gets 22, she's going to break that tie. Roran Scott, I mean, talk about body weight advantage. She's about 5'1", so you know, Rom is in her favor when it comes to the single leg squats.
And she is way out in front here, almost through her first 5 reps before anyone has even finished her complexes. Here comes Calista Lang and Molly McGrath in lane 7. And down to lane 10 is Lindsey Porter. Porter from not far from here, CrossFit Clearwater.
Lindsey Porter has that gymnastics background that she did between basically the ages of 5 and 14, but as you can tell, it's like a lot longer limbs to work with than we saw Roran doing. But one cool thing about this is that her dad coaches her. Her dad has been coaching her since about 2009, and actually she trains out of the affiliate that her father opened. So.
And Lindsey Porter has competed as a teenager at the CrossFit Games. Finished third in the 14 to 15-year-old division in 2015, and then was 7th in 2017 in the 16 to 17-year-old division.
Now, if I'm looking at it correctly, I think Roran Scott has had some background or experience in, I believe it's like the Florida League grid. It's still a thing out here in Florida, and it's a big thing. And why does that matter? Well, that competition has a lot of odd gymnastics tests on the rings and complexes and things like that. So maybe her background there is actually showing up to play a little bit with this ring complex.
Roran Scott, unofficially 26 reps completed, and she is way out in front. Carolyn Prevost creeping up as well. She's on the upper right-hand portion of your screen in a long green shirt on the center screen.
10 seconds.
And you mentioned just how good of an athlete she is. I mean,
look at the list. I mean,
just
I'm looking at
her accolades here.
Computer screen right
academic
now.
All Big Ten, All WCHA academic, all team, 2011 NCAA Frozen Four All Tournament team, and there's many more after that. Mike, what do you got?
Well, Chase, I'm just looking at all these athletes with their form on the single leg squats, and everyone is a little bit different because, of course, everyone's levers are a little bit different lengths. So for the people watching at home, is there a certain technique everyone should be trying to emulate, or is the most important part of the single leg squat is keeping your foot on the ground, keeping that heel down to protect the knee?
It's a great question, and the first question I ask any athlete is, how's your ankle flexibility? Because if it's not as good as that is, then it's not really going to matter, and you really play to your mobility purposes. And it's actually a very important part of this test, is that the ruck is going to, I would say, expose your positions on the single leg squat. So if you have, say, some mobility limitations or poor movement quality, that's what the ruck is going to do to a lot of things, especially when it comes to those single leg squats.
Roran Scott unofficially has 33 reps completed. The score to beat was set in the prior heat. Emily Baroth put up 38 reps. Final round here.
What Scott's doing is she's doing a lot of unbroken sets that we really haven't seen that much up until this point, but what she's going to do is she's utilizing the swing she's getting from the toe to rings to aid in getting back and getting over the top of the rings for the muscle up. Now what you can do is you can break up the complex, so she did one toes to ring. One important thing for this, especially with this pack, is that you want to try to catch high on top of the ring. So I'm talking gymnastics, so I can say catch. I can say catch on this one.
Coach Bergener's not going to come after you.
Dave Durante said I could say catch. I cleared it. But receiving high or catching higher on the rings is going to allow you to use less energy on the dip portion. You see a lot of these deep dips, right? We just saw that on the right side of your screen. Is that is going to smoke your shoulders. But hey, if it's your last one, it's your last one. You might as well do the best you can.
And Molly McGrandy, Lindsey Porter down in lane 10 at the upper right-hand part of your screen. And Callista Lang were the first women off, and Roran Scott is running into some trouble here.
That's the thing, she's been in a lot of big complex sets and has looked very good, but there is a certain tipping point of absolute failure when it comes to these gymnastics movements on the lockout or the turnaround because of this.
Not sure she was able to get credit for that rep, not maybe all the way locked out, but this is where the trouble started, not able to get through.
And as you said, there's two major components of this. You've got the pull from below the rings to get on above, and then the dip out. And with the ruck, that pull can be very limited.
Callista Lang, Carolyn Prevost, and Lindsey Porter are onto their box jumps. Aurora Scott, who's now just getting off the rings, is our leader, 33 reps unofficially, and Calissa Lang and Carolyn Prevost are cutting into that. 38 reps is the score to beat.
And Lang coming into this, she wanted to see something like high skill gymnastics, so she's getting what she asked for.
30 seconds to go.
Aurora Scott now on the left side of your screen, just trying to get through these single leg squats.
You see Prevost change up her technique. Prevost on the right side of your screen, not doing the step up thing anymore from the knees. She's trying to speed it up, right? We don't need to save anything else at the end of this.
10 seconds.
39 apiece.
The final reps here. And Calissa Lang at least has 40 done, so she's gonna be your new event leader, depending on what Carolyn Prevost did. Prevost in the back there was creeping up, but I think Calissa Lang, judging by that reaction, is gonna have our top score.
What a way to go for it.
Looking at the placard on the floor here, her total is 41. And I have yet to see an updated total for Carolyn Prevost. But 41 reps,
29.
as she and Prevost had their boxes in that 40 to 50 range. And this is what opened the door for Calissa Lang.
And it just looks like the grip fatigue there. Now Prevost, I think her and Lang, they moved their box just about at the same time into this last section. She only had a couple seconds left to try to clear the box entirely.
And it looks like, judging by that, I think maybe Lang edges her out by a rep.
And that's the thing, that's rep one, that's rep one. So it looks like Prevost a rep ahead, and they may have tied.
We'll see.
Because they were on either side of the box, but that happens. That can happen.
And we'll wait for the official score, but we do know that the top score will come out of this heat. We have 2 heats remaining here in test number 2 for the women. Two heats remain here in test number 2 for the women at the North America East Semifinals. Thanks so much for staying with us, everyone. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Mike Arsenault is down on the competition floor. We'll hear from him in just a second. Test number 2 presented by Jocko Go. It's what matters, what you do on the burpee box overs that counts.
It's a heck of a buy-in, though, I tell you what. 3-minute interval, 5 ring complexes, 1 toe to ring, 1 ring muscle up, 1 ring dip, 20 single leg squats, and then the max burpees over the box, 24 inches for the women with a 10-pound ruck. 3 intervals, 1 minute rest for max burpee box jump overs.
Let's check in with Mike Arsenault on the competition floor.
Well, thank you very much, Sean. In solidarity with these athletes, I've been wearing a ruck throughout this test thus far, and it's just heavy enough to be a bit of a nuisance. But we do want to thank GoRuck for providing all of these rucks for these athletes to attack this test. I'm thinking GoRuck, the athletes may not share the same sentiment once they make it through the entirety of test number 2.
Thank you, Mike. 10 women in this 5th of 6 heats. Paige Powers will be in lane number 5, a woman who really started off the year great with that win in Miami at Wodapalooza.
Well, started off her career great, what she did in the team division, and then finally getting back into the limelight, making the games for the first time as an individual last year, and that Wodapalooza win, maybe it's that confidence boost to take her to the next level.
19th place overall right now for Paige Powers, and Tori Dyson out of CrossFit New England. She'll be working out of lane at number 3.
Dyson's just been that, she's that training partner for Katrin Davis' daughter forever. Is just trying to crack that individual games performance ceiling out of there in CrossFit New England.
10 seconds. Stand by.
5th of 6 heats here in the second test of the semifinals for the women. And We're still trying to figure out who had the top score from the prior heat, but it looks like Prevost and Calista Lang tied at 41 reps. Now, who wins the tiebreaker there depends on who had the best score after round one. So still trying to sort that out, but 41 reps looks to be the mark to beat here.
Yeah, we knew that Roarin Scott actually had the most reps in round one, and it kind of falls in line of where everybody sits, and that's an important piece of this, Sean, is that the tiebreaker is the number of burpee box jump overs you do in this first set, as Paige Powers and Dyson come off the rings at the same time. As we move to these 20 single leg squats, you have to do 5 on one leg, unbroken. You don't have to start over at 0. So if your foot comes down within 5, you'll get a no rep, and then you can pick back up on the previous rep that you did.
Dyson and Powers advancing, as did Shelby Neal down in lane number 8. Also, Nicole Gibson, Burke, and Samantha Pugh are also on their one-legged squats. Shelby Neal in lane 8 is in the lead here. She's in the middle of your screen now. And next to her in lane 9 is Lexi Neely.
Now, Shelby Neal last year at semifinals was having an incredible performance until they got to the legless rope climb event, which actually knocked her out of what was, I think, a top leaderboard position, maybe even first place. And she had talked about things she needs to work on, and she had put that specifically, and that's not happening again. Well, she'll have her opportunity coming Sunday to see if she shored up that hole.
Neely and Neal were first to the burpee box jump overs. Paige Powers in the middle of your screen in those lavender shorts. She was the third woman there. Tori Dyson, bottom of your screen in the light blue shorts, was close behind.
Now we talking about different techniques. Is look at Shelby on the left in lane number 8, and then look over in lane number 9 with Lexi Neely. Shelby is stepping off the box as soon as she lands, where Neely is doing an extra jump. And what Shelby's doing is she is absorbing that landing and just taking it off of the box, right? She's taking it off the box. And in fact, Neely just switched her technique, but that double landing, that hop on, hop off, people forget how much landing takes away from muscular fatigue and endurance and your ability to produce power, let alone with a ruck over and over and over. So the step off is a bit of a even quicker pace, but less impact for these athletes.
Approaching 10 seconds left in this first of 3 rounds. Lexi Neely and Shelby Neal at the top of your screen, along with Paige Powers in the middle. And Tori Dyson. We're close to the front there. We'll have to wait for the totals on that first round. And speaking of Paige Powers, Mike Arsenault has more on her.
Well, Paige attempted both of these tests on the same day last week in a training session, and she said she used her arms way too much on testing the first event that we have of the competition, and that made the transition, made the complex a lot more difficult for her. She said today, earlier this morning, she used her legs a little bit more during test number 1. Hopefully that means her pulling strength will be a little bit fresher here in test number 2.
I got to watch the test go this morning, and that sled was an absolute beast of an implement for all athletes, top to bottom, heat to heat. It was a brutal element, and that is definitely going to have a factor on these complexes.
Shelby Neal unofficially with 20 reps in round number 1. And why that's important, as you heard Chase say, is that's going to be your tiebreak score if you tie with someone at the end of this test. And that's exactly what we saw in heat number 4. And it's Carolyn Prevost who's going to get the edge over Calista Lang. Prevost had 17 reps in round 1, Lang with 16. Once again, we're back to the 5 ring complexes: toes to ring, muscle up, and a dip.
Paige Powers still stringing these complexes together. And I like to see is that she's got a pretty relaxed hang. And what I mean by that is her arms. And that is an aid with the grips as well. Is that nice straight arms, that layout, and then what you want to see is that lay back to get over the top. Paige Powers' technique was very good.
Lexi Neely, Ashley Giroux at the top of your screen in the long pants, and Tori Dyson and Nicole Gibson-Burke. She's in lane number 2. Gibson-Burke is just moving forward there. There's Lexi Neely, who is, again, one of the first women to these one-legged squats. You have to do 5 on one leg, and then move forward and do 5 on the other. And Lexi Neely, only 2 box jump overs back of Shelby Neal, who is now on her second set of 5 one-legged squats.
And after these 2, she should move her box to be in line with Shelby Neal. And it was really the single leg squats that Neely, I mean, she looks so smooth in it. And honestly, single leg squats are one of those movements that after you do about 50 or 60 of them, they finally feel good. Or 500, depending on who you are and how your knees and ankles respond to the movement. But oftentimes at this rep scheme, you'll see athletes figure out the bag, they'll figure out the weight of the ruck, the weight distribution, and then you'll see a better performance in the later rounds than you would in the first ones.
Ashley Giroux and Lexi Neely at the very top of your screen. There are your 2 leaders. Shelby Neal has now gotten to the box. Paige Powers is there as well. And there's no shock that Ashley Giroux doing well at this test. She's grew up in gymnastics. Paige Powers on the left side, Shelby Neal and Lexi Neal on the right. As Lexi Neal is the first to advance her box to the 30 to 40 range. She is now your leader in this heat. 41 reps is the score to beat.
3, 2, 1, rest.
Round 2 is now done. The 32 for Lexi Neely is now the leading scorer in heat number 5. Let's bring in Mike Arsenault.
Chase, you mentioned in the last heat the importance of ankle flexibility in the single leg squats. For someone like myself who has really poor ankle flexibility but want to get the benefits of the single leg squat, and other people at home who might be in the same situation, how would you recommend us modifying the movement to get that stimulus?
For you, Mike, I would just say give up entirely. Just give up all hope. No. When it comes to that, is there's other things you can do. Is putting yourself into. I don't punt to the. Put on some lifters and elevate your heel. That'll allow you to accomplish the movement, but it won't improve the mobility. And so squatting in flat shoes, no shoes, changing the stimulus of your foot position in regular squats, making sure we're getting low and deep in the squats. Holds are another way. Obviously there's some mobility tools. Work on your calf, Achilles, ankle flexibility. You'd be surprised how much rolling out the bottom of your foot is going to do for some of that passive range of motion in the ankle.
3rd and final round is underway, and Lexi Neely is our leader. 32 reps on the box jump over. She's on the right side of your screen. Paige Powers in lane number 5 has 27 reps unofficially. She's only 5 back of the lead. Neely is unbroken through that complex.
Wow.
Lexi Neely, just 20 years old, out of BD CrossFit in Indianapolis, Indiana.
The second interval, again, she's sitting on 32 reps.
And
just looks so comfortable. Now Paige in the center part of your screen, she's had some great complexes on the rings, but once she gets off, she's just moving a little bit slower. But I mean, it's hard to compare her to Lexi Neely. Neely's just so quick and fluid with her movement, but Paige, they're just totally different athletes. So the fact that she's keeping pace with someone like Neely, I think bodes well for Paige.
So far, they are your leaders. As now some more women are getting on their one-legged squats. Ashley Giroux is onto the floor as she continues to work her way through the one-legged squats. And Lexi Neely adding to her leading total in this heat right now, 41 at the bottom left-hand part of your screen from Carolyn Prevost and Callista Lang. Those are the top scores we've seen. That's unofficially rep 35. So Neely with plenty of time to set the new score to beat here.
She has a consistent pace. She'll hop on and off the box, do a little two-step turn, and go right into the next wrap.
Ashley Giroux now is onto her burpee box jump overs, top of your screen in the long pants.
Now Paige at the end of the last interval, just her pace is just a little bit slower, but at this point in time, Paige has definitely picked it up. So the last 10, 15 seconds of set 2, Paige, knowing there's only 30 seconds left, has picked up her pace dramatically.
Lexi Neely has now taken the lead. 42 reps and counting for her. 20 seconds to go.
Paige now 36 reps in, keeping the heat on.
15 seconds.
Now 10 seconds to go before we hit the cap. Paige Powers is trying to keep herself in second place behind Lexi Neely. And we'll see how it all shakes out, but Lexi Neely's gonna have your new score to beat.
And this is when sitting in the last heat can be good, can be bad, is that now we know that if we want to give ourselves more time to get more reps, you're going to have to do something on the complex maybe you weren't planning to do. If you're planning to break, okay, well, where are you going to make up that time? If you break up this complex that Neely did not, well, that's 10, 15, 20 seconds possibly that you're going to have to make up. Where are you going to make that up? Single leg squats? Doubt it. Burpee box jump overs? A lot harder.
Replay presented by Rogue, 47 reps for Lexi Neely.
And she did it here by getting the most time of any athlete on the back half of this in that layout. Watch her push those rings out at the bottom for that ring muscle up. That is wonderful. Allowing the swing to do the work and let your arms just kind of sit there and hang. The smoothness on her pistols, a nice tempo, good rhythm. She didn't break on any single thing on the buy-in portion of this. And then when it came to the end, all by herself, 10 seconds to go, just doing everything she can to get those last couple of reps. That's gonna be a hard score to beat.
Set for the final heat of test number 2 for the women here on day number 2 of the North America East Semifinals. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Mike Arsenault's down on the competition floor. Test number 2 presented by Jocko Go. Starts with those ring complexes, but it's the work you do on the final part that counts.
Hold on to your rucks, Sean. So here we go. We got a ring complex, toes to ring, muscle up, ring dip. Does not have to be done unbroken, but if you want to get the best score to beat, you might have to. 20 single leg squats into what's getting scored today is the max burpees over the box. Women will be wearing a 10-pound ruck and using a 24-inch box.
Recipe for success presented by Trifecta is?
It doesn't have to be that complex, even though we're thinking about the complex. I thought, hey, you could break it up, pace it out. Lexi Neely said, no. You're gonna have to go unbroken if you want to tangle with me. That being said, don't let the buy-in cash you out for the rest of the test. We have 3 3-minute intervals. However, that first round is your tiebreaker, so you can't just sit back and relax in round number 1.
Here are the women who will be on the floor for this 6th and final heat. Emma Lawson and Emma Carey will be right next to each other, 2 future stars of the sport. Emma Lawson, who was the overall leader at one point last year at the CrossFit Games.
And is just, what, 16, 17 years old, which is absolutely unbelievable. But Emma Carey to her left, another teenage phenom, took the year off due to an injury, and she looked wonderful this morning. So I can't wait to see Emma Carey back in the mix.
Annika Greer is another one of those young up-and-coming stars here. Unfortunately, not able to make it all the way through the season last year because missed a score submission window. That ended her season. She's looking for some redemption here.
Yeah, and she was one of those athletes that we were billing to be one of those new young phenoms to make the CrossFit Games, and because of that submission error, we weren't able to see her in competition last year.
And for those of you playing the Will We Show Matt Fraser on the camera drinking game, now's the time to take a shot.
Take a shot. I suggest using beer. It's going to be a long weekend for you if he's still here.
10 seconds.
Matt Fraser and his lovely bride, Sammy. Congratulations to the 2 of them, expecting their first child.
Baby girl.
Final heat's underway, 47 reps from Lexi Neely. That is the score to beat here. Those 5 ring complexes, toes to ring, muscle up, and a dip. Counts as 1 rep.
Big thing here is utilizing your swing to help with the pull. I was talking to Dave Durante the other day about how he would approach this ring complex, and it's being patient and big with that swing. On the toes to ring, make sure you lay out. We don't rush the pull. A lot of times with that ruck on your back, people tend to maybe panic pull a little bit too soon, maybe over pull. Let the swing do the work. Your arms are gonna get enough taxed with the ring dip, doubling up, and the burpees over the box.
Well, Emma Lawson was one of the first women to the one-legged squats, along with Alexis Raptis and Annika Greer. Then top of your screen in lane number 10, Carolyn Stanley. Then now Brooke Wells, we're gonna keep an eye on her, ran into some trouble in test number 1. She got time capped and looked to be having an issue with one of her feet or / ankle afterwards. And she's towards the back here in heat number 6. She has yet to get off the rings.
It's been one of the things that I would say Brooke hasn't been traditionally great at, is high volume pulling gymnastics, and you add a ruck in there and that just exacerbates the issue. Emma Lawson just springing off that box. Again, the tiebreaker overall will be the total number of burpee box jump overs these athletes do in the first round only.
So Alexis Raptis, she's now on the far left side of your screen. Emma Carey there as well on lane number 6, purple shorts. Amanda Barnhart in lane 2, closest to the camera.
Amanda Barnhart making that move to HWPO in the off season. And
well,
for her, it's...
Sorry, Jason, we got Emma Carey and Emma Lawson now moving their boxes. It's like Carey's in front there.
Yeah, for Barnhart, it's can we shore up a couple holes that have been a problem for a couple years? And that's usually that high volume pulling gymnastics for. Had a great start to the day this morning in test number 1. So that engine has been building a bit, and that upper body will get its first real gymnastics test of the day here in test number 2.
You see Brooke Wells coming into view now on the left side of your screen. She was, I believe, on her 4th of 5 sets here for the one-legged squats. And she only has 15 seconds left. Well, now she's done. So that was her final set. Now she's on to the burpee box jump overs, and so far it doesn't look like she's laboring at all on a foot. So that's good news for her. The final 3 seconds is Emma Carey was just ahead of Emma Lawson.
Now, there's one thing that Emma Carey does and does well is pushing the pace from the beginning, whether she's fearless, which is one of them, but has the ability to do that and sustain it is another. You'll see a lot of athletes that'll start a little too quick too soon and tail off towards the end. Emma Carey is not one of those athletes. She is not afraid to go for it from the beginning.
Unofficially 21 reps in round 1. We were talking about Brooke Wells. For more on her, let's go down to Mike Arsenault.
Well, you guys alluded to it during that first round there, but yeah, Brooke had some work on her ankle by the medical staff in the athlete warm-up area for about 15 minutes. She was moving a little bit gingerly on her left foot, so when she was going through her warm-up, was very methodical about it. Well, we don't know if the injury was created in test number 1 or if it was just aggravated there. We'll continue to keep an eye on the squats and the jumps through the rest of this test.
Thank you, Mike. And no tape on that ankle, just that timing chip that you saw.
And the interesting thing actually for Brooke is the tape on her wrists. She has she's trying to utilize a little bit of a mixed grip. You have your false grip where wrists rest on top of the rings that aids in the turnover, usually for strict ring muscle-ups, not quite safe or regular, but what she's doing is with that tape job, it's allowing to get that kind of a hybrid grip. Now, why would you do that? It's going to shorten the pull. It's going to shorten that lever arm and make their turnover a little bit easier. So, for example, athletes that are not confident in the turnover, it will help them a little bit with this complex.
Emma Lawson and Alexis Raptis were the first 2 women to get to the one-legged squats. Annika Greer is right there, and here comes Emma Carey, who got through 21 box jump overs in round 1 to take the lead here by a rep over Lawson. And I have a feeling that you should probably get used to seeing the two of these battle it out for the lead in a heat, not only here, but also in Madison, Wisconsin.
And Lawson's slight advantage is in the first half of this test, which is the ring complex and the pistols. Lawson's positioning on these is absolutely beautiful when she gets in that bottom single leg squat position.
Matt Torres on the left side of your screen in the hat, the coach of Emma Carey. Now Lawson is on the box jump overs along with Emma Carey. Here comes Alexis Raptis as well.
Yeah, I was actually talking to Matt Torres before this weekend started. He says, one of the things I have to do with Emma is to get her to slow down, either whether it's in training or take rest days. And so for her is exactly what we talked about after the first round of this, is that, okay, now we're on the competition floor, now you can go fast. We've been building it up for some time. Now it's time to unleash the hounds.
Take the restrictor plate off the old Red Dragon. Less than a minute to go here in the second of 3 rounds. Emma Lawson and Emma Carey pretty much neck and neck, as I believe Lawson was able to get maybe 1 or 2 reps in on her box jump overs before Carey started. Now they're dead even here in this round.
Well, Carey actually had finished ahead of her at the end of that last set of 10, but forgot to move the box and lost that lead. So Carey's gonna have to actually get that lead back from Lawson. She's been cycling a hair faster, but it's not a lot on these burpee box jump overs.
Alexis Raptis in the gray shorts just advanced her box. She now sits in 3rd place.
What I like about this test for Alexis Raptis, who's in the left side of your screen in the gray shorts, is that she is one of the best pressers in the field, especially when she's inverted. So when you look at the dip out of the muscle up and the dip on the rings, when athletes get tired in the 3rd round, you may see Alexis Raptis shine a bit better once that fatigue settles in for the rest of the field.
Raptis won that Echo Press event last year at the CrossFit Games, her first career event win as an individual, finishing 10th overall. Now, Bear Complex is offering fans the ultimate VIP experience at the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. Scan the QR code now for your chance to win free tickets, a meet and greet with Noah Olson, and a Bear Complex prize pack filled with top quality gear. 2 rounds are down, and it looks like by the placards on the floor that Emma Lawson has a 1-rep lead on Emma Carey. Lawson with 40, Carey with 39. Raptis is in 3rd with 34 reps. 47 is the score to beat, and that belongs to Lexi Neely from Heat 5. Final round underway.
One thing to look for is the turnover at the top of this ring muscle up and how athletes are catching on the top of the rings. Look at Raptis on the left side, lays out, leans back, and catches in a nice, tight, controlled position at the top of the rings. The hard thing about ring muscle-ups versus a bar muscle-up is that the rings are dynamic. They're swinging all over the place, and you have to control that. With a ruck, it makes that even more difficult to do. So keeping that nice, tight squeeze as Raptis goes unbroken on the complex, as well as Emma Lawson. So Lawson has been making her move on these single leg squats. Lawson being on the right side of your screen, Raptis on the left, but Raptis a little bit slower cycle rate than Emma Lawson. And then here comes Emma Carey behind the two of them.
Now there has been a score adjustment. Emma Carey and Emma Lawson are tied at 39 reps. Lawson did not get credit for 40th. And right now Emma Lawson ahead of Emma Carey by about 5 reps on these one-legged squats. Top of your screen is Carolyn Stanley, and she is now moved up to join Lawson on set 3 of 4 here. Alexis Raptis there as well, and now that's the final set. And now Emma Lawson trying to track down Lexi Neely's score of 47. And remember, Emma Carey has the tie break from round 1. She got 1 more rep than Emma Lawson in that round.
Lawson's got 2, looks like she'll have 3 reps on her as they move into that 40 round. 40 to 50 round.
Alexis Raptis on the left. She currently sits in third place. And then your leaders on the right side, Emma Carey and Emma Lawson. And both of them just took a lead, and now Emma Lawson advancing her box into the 50 to 60 range. And she has plenty of time. 40 seconds left here for Emma Lawson.
And just a nice, smooth, methodical pace.
Here comes
for
Emma Carey. Alexis Raptis still in third place. Annika Greer is in that lavender outfit and purple hair in the background there. She's in the 30 to 40 range. Carolyn Stanley is also now moving into the 40 to 50 range. As you now see everybody on the floor. Amanda Barnhart, bottom of your screen, working through her reps. As
Lawson's going to run out of room.
Emma Lawson might wind up in the crowd here soon. And that's going to do it for Emma Lawson. 100 points and a win here in test number 2. And a great battle with Emma Carey there at the end. Emma Carey doing a really good job of trying to put some pressure on Emma Lawson, but Lawson just had too much of a lead for Emma Carey to make up. And there's Alexis Raptis, who wound up with, I believe, 39 reps. Here is the replay presented by Rogue. Emma Lawson, that was an incredible performance.
It really was, and it was done so well, so smooth, so methodically. Whether it was the ring complex, the single leg squats, or the burpee box jump overs. No wasted time, no wasted movement, no wasted energy. Just great body position, great execution, and a good pace the entire time. She never slowed down, she never had to speed up. In fact, when it looked like she was going faster, it was really because everybody was going slower. A great performance for Emma Lawson.
59 reps, a test win, and she gets to talk to Mike Arsenault.
Well, it was a battle of the Emmas, and Lawson emerged victorious. How cognizant were you of Emma Carey as you were racing through the final box jump overs on that last round?
I mean, for the most part, I was just trying to beat my score from practice. So I kept that number in mind, but obviously I was aware where everyone kind of was around me. So she definitely pushed me a lot. So yeah, it was a fun race.
You had a great performance last year in your first appearance at the CrossFit Games. You finished 6th, ran out of gas a little bit at the end of the weekend. What have you worked on in the off season so that won't happen again when you head to Madison, potentially coming up in August?
Right, so last year in Madison, my strength was definitely my biggest weakness. So all of the off season, that's been my main focus. And hopefully this weekend I can showcase all that work.
You'll have a lot of opportunities to showcase that strength over the next couple days. Congratulations.
Bit of a hot mic there. Emma Lawson, 59 reps. Emma Carey unofficially winds up with 58. As test number 2 is now done for the women. We're going to take a break. We'll be back with light coverage for the first 3 heats for the men as they take on test 2 here at the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit North America East Semifinals. Drink.
The intensity and the effort that the athletes bring to the test is the test. I use this analogy all the time. You have a 100-meter dash. It's super compelling and super exciting, but nobody's concerned about the athletes making the distance. The challenge of the test on its face is not what makes it interesting. It is the intensity and the effort and the application that the athletes bring to it that makes it compelling. And I think that should be true for most of the events at the Games.
You gotta move fast and you gotta lift heavy if you want to get yourself into contention for that podium position.
And it's absolutely necessary at some times to put out a test that's a little bit beyond where the current field is and have them reach for that. But it shouldn't be all the time. The intensity and the effort that the athletes bring to the test is the test. Games, and you find yourself really captivated by what's going on there. Truly what you're interested in is the CrossFit philosophy and method. And you should know that you've got a ton of amazing resources available to you. I mean, check out the main site, look at the old journal articles, dig in on the website. There's content every day that's posted on CrossFit.com that helps to bolster your understanding of what you're seeing unfold at the pinnacle on the field of play. I would encourage everybody that's a fan of the sport to dig in, find a coach, go get your hands dirty with this stuff, and it really does enrich the experience for you. Not only in your life, but your ability to enjoy what you're seeing in front of you. And as an extension, I mean, man, if you're interested in the games, you're interested therefore in the method, go get your level 1, go check it out. You'll find that everything that's expressed at the level 1 is the bedrock of what you're gonna see in the expression on the field of play.
As a 10-year affiliate, I would advise somebody who's new and starting out in the CrossFit world to be passionate in your pursuit of education, to hone in your craft and your skill, which CAP programming helps us do, and really take the opportunity with the time that's freed up to get to dig in deep with your members and your community, get to know what motivates them and triggers them and keeps them excited about coming back.
I have so much respect for my competitors, but when people compare me to the other competitors, it really doesn't even faze me because I know I'm already going to win.
Athletes want to compete at the CrossFit Games because it is the pinnacle of their sport. If you just get to that point, you are one of the 40 fittest people on the planet.
I don't enter a competition thinking that I'm going to lose. Going into the CrossFit Games, my sole purpose there was to win.
Coming into the 2022 season, Tia Toomey has a chance to stand alone in history, to be the first and only athlete to win 6 consecutive CrossFit Games titles.
The question was like, how is she gonna do it and what's that gonna look like? I don't think it's gonna look like years in the past where it's just win, 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 win.
Toomey's back to 0. Oh no. And O'Brien is across.
I do not care how hard I go, I'm just going for it.
A horse will race so fast that the heart explodes, that's Mal.
For the first time in 5 years, we are going to get to see Ricky Garrard at the CrossFit Games. The last time we saw him was 2017. He finished 3rd, and then he tested positive for PEDs.
Seeing Ricky wearing the white leaders jersey, I think forced a lot of people to confront a question that maybe we hadn't really considered about what our feelings would be around the possibility of not only Ricky coming back, but winning.
He dropped that, I was like, you're gone.
Yeah. Everyone's just roaring for someone to beat Ricky.
Roman Krennikov went into destruction mode. He just looked like a machine out there.
I know you're hurt. Everybody's hurt, and you're tougher than everybody.
You just get so hyped up, and you're like, I'm ready to attack this.
This is going to be one of the most epic Saturday nights we've ever had.
We've seen this before between Tia Toomey and Laura Horvath.
He's got to keep his balance. He's got to keep his balance. Garrard will do it, and Medeiros will do it.
Stand by.
All right, folks, here we go. North America East NOBULL CrossFit Semifinal. Individual test number 2, heat number 1. If you're just joining us, welcome to the party. This event goes down like this for total reps completed in 3-minute intervals. 5 ring muscle-ups crushing 5 ring complexes consisting of 1 toes to rings, 1 muscle-up, and 1 ring dip, followed by 20 single-leg squats, and capping it off with max burpee box jump overs, all in 3 minutes. At the end of that 3 minute, they'll earn themselves a 1-minute rest, and we'll do it all over again. And the time it's taking to explain that, our first crew of guys moving forward for those single-leg squats. Lane number 4, Vigneault. Vigneault with an outstanding performance in test number 1. Looking to add to that here as he advances forward.
Jason Ray over in lane number 6, and Vigneault Davidson taking a step forward as well. They are 1 minute in, 2 minutes to go for this first round of 3.
Advancing ever forward. Folks, if you're on the backside and you can see the placards facing the field, you'll be able to track the total count of burpees for your favorite athlete. We're gonna facilitate that for you guys. Looking for that first athlete to get to the burpee box of jump overs. And it's gonna be lane number 6, Kiki just said his name, Jason Ray.
Jason Ray getting there at about the halfway marker, 1:30 remaining. Vigneault over in the white shirt, so it is 1 Ray, 2 Vigneault. And we are looking for our 3rd athlete to round out heat number 1 at these box jumps. It's gonna be Ben Davidson.
Big Ben Davidson, strapping up that go rug and going to work. That's your 1, 2, and 3.
1 minute.
Lane number 6, Jason Ray with 6 reps, make that 7. Same score for Vigneault. He's closed the distance in lane number 4. A couple of reps on the board for Ben. Look for Ray to advance his box. He'll do just that. Got to drag it. He'll move forward 10 reps deep, and in the lead is Jason Ray.
Ray goes, Vigneault goes. Our same 1 and 2 with less than 30 seconds remaining.
Jason Ray adding to his score, 13 reps deep.
Athletes, you have 10 seconds.
Jason looking to make it 16 plus if he can. He's got 15.
3, 2, 1, rest.
And
1 minute.
He will get 16, credit for 16 reps on that one. Same score for Alex Vigneault. So it's 16 apiece. 10 for Davidson in lane number 3. And 10 in lane number 1 for Woodhull. Thompson also with 10 reps.
30 seconds.
In lane number 10, 5 for Sokolowski in lane number 9.
Ten seconds. Stand by.
All right, folks, again, heads up, tied up between lane 4 and lane 6. Vigneault in lane number 4 and Ray in lane number 6. A couple of competitors nipping at their heels, and we've seen some weird stuff happen all day long with this event. A lot of shuffling going on throughout the different intervals. Again, bookend on either side, down at lane number 10 by Thompson with 10 reps, and Josh Woodhull in lane number 9 also with 10 reps. 10 reps on the board for Davidson in lane number 3. It's going to be Vigneault moving forward to the single leg squats. Ahead of the pack, 1 lane to the inside, lane number 5. Griffith also done. Ray looking to close things out as well, but I believe he's got one more to go in lane number 6. So right now it's Vigneault looking to add to his total first. Only a few reps behind in lane number 5, Mitch Griffith with 12 on the scoreboard for burpee box jump overs, one of the first to come out smoking after the complex. Can he keep up that pace? Vigneault, though, looking to close shop, and he will advance forward to the final block. Just past 90 seconds on the clock. Vigneault picking up pace. Alex gonna be all alone at the burpees to add to his total currently of 16. And there we go, make that 17. Again, uncontested at this point.
Athletes, you have 1 minute, 1 minute. This is their second round of 3 here before they get another minute of rest. Vigneault digging in to some more of those max burpees, box jump overs.
Tyler Thompson on the opposite end of the field in lane number 10, adding to his total as well, putting him at 13 currently. Vigneault, though, into the 20s, sitting currently at 23.
30 seconds.
There we go. You heard the lady. Some quick burpees getting done in lanes number 5 and 6 by Griffith and Ray, looking to add to that total if they can. Right now, Vigneault, 25 in.
15 seconds. Let's cheer them on. They've got 10 seconds. Three, 2, 1, rest. 1 minute.
Vigneault totaling 28 in 2 iterations. 16 on the board in lane number 1 for Woodhull. 10 remain on the board for Davidson. 20 for Griffith. 20 also for Ray. 5 on the board for Perez in lane number
30 seconds. Ten seconds. Stand by.
All right, folks, here we go. This is heat number 1, test number 2. Only seen a few guys get into the 20s out of 2 intervals with 1 to go. Alex Vigneault, lane number 4, currently sitting at 28 in the leader in heat number 1, looking to set a mark for the rest of the athletes to follow. Several heats to go.
This is their 3rd and final round of 3 here. Vigneault in lane number 4, coming out first. We've seen these athletes get to their boxes at around the 90-second marker. Let's see if they can empty the tank just a little bit more. Woodhull over in lane number 1. That's Josh Woodhull in lane 1 trying to get Vigneault over in lane number 4. That is your 1 and 2 with about 2 minutes remaining. Thompson getting called back.
Woodhull currently with 16 reps to his credit. It has been a bit of the Vigneault show, so to speak, thus far. I'm sure Alex would like to keep it just like that in the lead.
We are 90 seconds in, so about halfway, guys, minute 30 to go. The reason why you see them hopping around, Larry, and not putting that foot down is because if they do, then it is a no rep. So they've got to keep that foot up. Work on that stabilization. Vigneault, Woodhull, Thompson. trying to get to that last round of max effort burpee box jump overs. I'm sorry. This is our 7th heat of this. We got it. We got this, Larry.
We got it. We're good. We're professionals. 30 reps in is Vigneault with time ticking away, looking to put up a good solid score for the next 5 heats to shoot for. Make that 33 reps for Alex.
Thompson beginning his burpee box jump overs. Same story for Woodhull. So it is 1 Vigneault, 2 Thompson, 3 Woodhull. Athletes, you have 20 seconds.
Gonna shake things up a bit. Alex standing atop the standings at 37, but 21 reps, making him in 2nd place there for Thompson down in lane number 10.
Less than 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1, time.
Thompson gonna wrap it up with 25 reps, 22 on the board for Woodhull in lane number 1. 23 reps in lane number 5 for Griffin, and 40 reps going down on the scorecard for Alex Vigneault.
Up next, heat 2.
Here we go, athletes mounting the rings to start off test number 2. It's gonna be total reps completed in 3 3-minute intervals. 5 ring complexes consisting of 1 toes to rings, 1 muscle up, and 1 dip. That will be 1 rep of our ring complex. 20 single leg squats followed by max burpee box jump overs. The gentlemen are gonna be wearing a 20-pound ruck utilizing a 30-inch box. Be scored by how many reps they get completed on the burpee box jump overs. At the end of that round, there'll be a 1-minute rest and we'll reset for the next interval.
Here we go, Porter, wood ring. I believe that is Charles down there at the other end, and 4. This is round 1 of 3 men's heat 2, test 2 at the North America East NOBULL CrossFit Semifinal. Wood ring advancing, trying to catch Porter. I believe Porter's in the lead. Charles is right there with them. They are looking for max burpee box jump overs, but they got a little bit of work to get through first. We've seen these athletes come into these boxes around 90 seconds. Porter taking a step forward over in lane number 2. Charles first in lane number 8. You guys have 90 seconds.
And folks, you can track their progress on their total rep count. The placards on the finishing side of the floor will reflect their number of burpee box jump overs they've completed. Charles, 3 reps in. On the side of the floor, lane number 1. Brandon 4. 3 reps in as well. 4 on the board for Porter in lane number 2. 1 on the board in lane, make that 2 on the board from Rem Jansen in lane number 4. 5 now for Woodring getting to work.
Athletes, you have 45 seconds.
8 reps in lane number 8 for Charles. A pitched battle now for first. Woodring
30 seconds.
Woodring making up some ground now at 9, Charles at 10. As well for Porter in lane 2.
15 seconds. 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1, rest, 1 minute.
Brandon Ford accumulating 12 reps, 13 for Porter, 8 on the board for Hart. Ram Jansen with 12 reps, 14 in lane number 6 for Woodring. Garnack with 4 on the scorecard currently. Charles sitting at 13.
Thirty seconds. Ten seconds. Stand by.
All right, folks, here we go. Interval number 2 underway. Woodring in lane number 6, adding a solid total. Was a little late to the party on the burpee box jump overs, but he made up for it with an effort, putting 14 on the board. 13 reps scored in lane number 8 for Charles. 13 also for Porter in lane number 2. Four and Ram Jansen both sitting tied up at 12. Again, Woodring advancing forward, currently in the lead. He wasn't the first guy to the burpee box jump overs, but he was certainly the top scoring athlete in our first interval. Here we are, interval number 2. score to beat set in heat number 1 by Alex Vigneault. 40 reps total through 3 intervals of test number 2. The fellow starting to advance forward. Our first to the burpee box jump overs, I believe, was Charles in the first round, and Charles advancing ever closer there in lane number 8, currently sitting with 13 reps, just 1 behind Woodring, or 1 behind.
Halfway, 90 seconds.
Yeah, so 1 behind Woodring as he advances forward, looking to add that 1 here. And that'll make it 14. That puts Charles tied up with Norman Woodring at 14 apiece, now pulling ahead. Other end of the field, Porter and 4 going to work as well. Porter sitting at 16.
Athletes, you have 1 minute.
14 on the board for Brandon 4 in lane number 1. The battle now heating up between Porter and Charles. Porter now sitting at 19. Charles at 19. Who will we see advance that box first? And it looks like it is going to be Porter in lane number 2.
30 seconds.
Porter up and over, putting 21 on the board. 21 as well for Charles.
Athletes, you have 15 seconds. 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1, rest. 1 minute.
Woodring timing in that last rep, putting 22. Burpee box jump overs. 25. The total for Charles in lane number 8. 25 the total for Porter in lane number 2. So we're tied up going into our final round. 22 on the board for Brandon 4. These boys are keeping it nice and close. Woodring and 4 all tied up. Charles and Porter
30
all tied
seconds.
up.
Ten seconds. Stand by.
Again, 25 apiece for Porter in lane number 2, and Charles in lane number 8 tied up for first. Lane number 6, Norman Woodring sitting at 22. I believe that's going to be the same score for Brandon 4 down in lane number 1. So we've got it tied up for first, tied up for third, basically. We'll see how they get back to those boxes, how efficiently they can move through the first half of this on the ring complex and single leg squats, working their way back towards that box to add to their burpee box jump total. Porter going to be the first to move away from the rig and start putting single leg squats on his scorecard. Again, Porter tied up for first with Charles. Definitely blazing the way. Maybe something in the tank here for round number 3.
Sorry about that, Larry. 1 minute in, 2 minutes remain, athletes.
Video score of 40 looms large in the background. That's a lot of work to get done. And Akiki just pointed out, less than 2 minutes on the clock. Norman Woodring also going into his single leg squats. Woodring at 22 reps, threatening.
90 seconds, you are halfway in this final heat of 3 minutes.
Charles now done at the rig, going to work on his single leg squats. Can he make up some time? Again, he is knotted up for first, but it's going to be Porter in lane number 2 that's going to be the first to put another rep on the books, putting him in at 26.
Athletes, you have 1 minute remaining. 1 minute.
Less than 60 seconds to go. Porter sitting at 28. Can he get to that top score of Vigneault? 40 reps. Right now, all by himself, he will advance 30 reps in. Porter in the lead. Charles now making his way to his box. Charles quick, fast, and in a hurry on the burpee box jump overs.
Athletes, you have 30 seconds.
But not a lot of time on the clock. Norman Woodring, 24 reps in. Woodring kicking the tires and lighting the fires, looking to move on the first and second place guys in this heat. 34 reps in.
Athletes, you have 10 seconds.
36 reps for Porter with just a few seconds on the clock.
3, 2, 1, time.
Porter gonna give a big thumbs up with 38 reps to his credit. 29 for Woodring. Porter gonna lock up heat number 2 with 38 reps. Video score 40 still stands.
Stand by.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Kiki and the rest of the gang, our athletes working on that 5-ring complex. We got a 1 toes to ring, 1 muscle up, and 1 ring dip. Once they get that done, 20 single leg squats, and then as many burpee box jumpers they can get. Of course, when they hit that 3-minute marker, they'll get a rest. They'll do it 2 more times.
Because why not, Joshua G?
What's gonna happen? We don't know. But we got a handful of athletes making their way as the crowd cheers them on, including Skylar, Nicholas, Corby Foxall, Connor going to work as we approach that 1-minute mark.
It might be Marcelo Clarizio leading the charge right there. Keep an eye on those red sneaks.
Clarizio getting a couple of no reps as he goes right back to work. There he goes. Nicholas Goudreau trying to get to that box first. They don't have a lot of time, as Kiki mentioned in previous heats. How many burpee box jump overs can these athletes get as they are halfway through that first 3 minutes?
You're right about that, 90 seconds. We've got our first athletes on to those burpee box jump overs. That is the name of the game right there. How many reps can you get? Let's go, ladies and gentlemen.
And if you're following along in the crowd, you see their reps. They will be updated after each and every round. Right now, your current leader, Nicholas Goudreau, over here in lane number 8. Excuse me, Marcelo in lane number 9 in the lead, and Nicholas Goudreau in lane number 8 right behind him. We got less than a minute before Kiki.
Athletes, you have 45 seconds.
Kiki counting us down as Marcelo moving that box into round number 2 territory, finishing up 10 reps.
30 seconds.
Clarizio up and over with less than 20 seconds remaining. Nicholas and Marcelo fighting for first place.
10 seconds. Three, 2, 1, rest. 1 minute.
They will make their way back. Kiki's got her eyes on the clock. They have less than 45 seconds rest. It's a virtual tie, at least on my end, between Nicholas and Marcelo. We'll see how this plays out.
30 seconds. Ten seconds. Stand by.
Here we go. Round number 2, technically, if you want to get technical. These athletes, 3 minutes to get through that complex. Those single leg squats and then max effort burpees over the box, taking over the reps where they left off. And this is a very popular heat, Kiki. I'm talking about Marcello, Nicholas, Troy, all got the fans on this side cheering them on. But we got Connor, Skylar, Corby, Alexander, Jordan, 1 and 2. Jordan Hayward, Jordan Chenner, and Garrett Clark all battling for first place.
Here comes Duddy in lane number 6. Clarizio over in lane number 9, and Clark in lane number 1.
Marcello over here in lane number 9. Advancing
Same story for Clark in lane number 1. He's got that blue shirt, black shorts, 1 minute in, 2 minutes to go on their second round right here.
Gloricio had a slight lead over Nicholas in that first go-round. The crowd getting behind their favorite athletes. Marcello getting ready to advance. And it is a race between lanes 1 and 9. Marcello Claricio and lane number 1, Garrett Clark, your 1 and 2s.
Lane number 6 also in the mix, Connor Duddy right now.
Who's gonna finish up 20 reps first? Marcello up and over.
1 minute to go.
Marcello finishing up 20. There goes rep 21 as Kiki counts us down.
You can see that rep count. We've got Clark with 21 reps.
It is a dead heat between Clark and Clarizio.
Athletes, you have 30 seconds.
Who's gonna finish up 30 reps first? Remember that the rep count to beat is 40.
Clark, 25 reps in.
27 for Marcello.
15 seconds. Make that 10 seconds. Three, two, 1, rest, 1 minute.
Marcello getting no rep on that last one, Kiki. He's sitting at 29, almost finishing 30.
Thirty seconds. Ten seconds. Stand by.
Major bringing the heat, Kiki. He's got a major section over there cheering him on. This is our third go-round at this ring complex. Single leg squats and max burpee box jump overs. From my side, Marcello is working on rep number 30. He got no reps at that final set.
Check out Duddy coming out in lane number 6. He's got 29 max burpee box jump overs. He'd like to add a few more in lane number 6 for Duddy.
So Duddy and Marcello tied with 29. That is your race.
We got ourselves a battle, ladies and gentlemen. We are 1 minute in, 2 minutes remaining.
Kiki has her eyes on lane number 6. Marcello, lane number 9, trying to catch up. Not right behind him though. Garrett Clark with 28, so this one is gonna be a very tight race, Kiki.
Athletes, you're about halfway. You've got 90 seconds.
Marcello with a 3-second lead over Connor. They are literally tied, and they are making their way to the box together. Let's make some noise, Orlando. They're moving in, and it is going to be Connor. Connor strikes first.
There's 31. 31 for Duddy. Make that 32 for Duddy. Those two athletes are neck and neck, Josh G. They've got less than a minute.
Connor feeling the adrenaline flowing through his veins as he has picked up the pace. Marcelo now trying to catch up.
40 seconds. Athletes, you have 30 seconds.
Make some noise, Orlando. What a finish.
$20 seconds.
Connor moving in to 41 rep territory.
Less than 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1, time.
Woo. 42 reps for lane 6. I believe it was 40 reps.
So Duddy, I believe, had 42 and 40 for Clarizio.
40. Woo! Connor, what a show, pal. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your Heat 3 winner, Connor Duddy.
Opening day of competition for the individuals coming to a close here on the second day of action at the North America East Semifinals in Orlando, Florida. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Mike Arsenault is down on the competition floor. We are through 3 of 6 heats here in test number 2 for the men. Your standings coming in, it's Jason Hopper, courtesy of his win in test number 1 with 100 points, who sits atop the overall standings. Test 1 happened earlier today over on the other competition floor. There was a whole lot of work on some machines, and then the hand-over-hand sled pull for the men, 225 pounds.
Dude, the sled pull was the whole test. It completely shifted after a couple of heats.
Started things off on the bike, Roman Krenikov. We know how well he does with machines. He would take 3rd in the test, 22 minutes, 55.34 seconds. Dallin Pepper, top 10 finish for him. He takes 9th, 24 minutes, 14.56 seconds. Jeff Adler, strong start. He takes 6th overall. Noah Olson going for his 10th straight trip to the CrossFit Games, finishes in 14th place, 25 minutes, 18.50 seconds. But again, the test belongs to Jason Hopper. Picks up 100 points, 22 minutes, 18.87 seconds. Test number 2 is presented by Jocko Go, and we have the ring complex, some one-legged squats, and then the reps that count in your score.
Hey, we did a bunch of machines and some sled work. Let's do some gymnastics with a ruck on our back. The men using a 20-pound ruck in that 30-inch box. But it's going to start with that ring complex. 1-toed ring, 1 muscle up, 1 ring dip, 20 single leg squats, and then your score is max burpees over the box.
Recipe for success is presented by Trifecta. What do you got?
We've seen it happen for several heats now. Is don't over-complex the complex. Is that we've got a toes to ring, muscle up, ring dip. Make sure you're being smooth and efficient on the rings, and do not let the buy-in to this test blow you up for the back end.
Heat number 4 of 6 here in test number 2. Lane number 7, Jacob Pfaff.
Jake, one of those athletes that has semifinal experience. I believe he's been on the Army Warrior fitness team in the past, and he's just got one of those body types and skill sets that bodes well for a test like this.
10 seconds.
Stand by.
Look at Dennis Samsonov as the fourth heat gets started here. The score to beat belongs to Connor Duddy. 42 total reps to edge out Alex Vigneault's top score from the opening heat by 2.
One of the traps here is thinking you need to go faster than you do for the complex. Then you play that delicate balance between time under tension, which just means how long are you going to hang on those rings versus how efficient are you going to be on the rings. And what you want to do is you see Dennis Samsonov, who has actually incredible mobility, if you've ever seen this guy on Instagram, but it's just being very efficient, smooth with your technique. We've seen a lot of that with some of Boz's programming over the last year, is really rewarding those that can move well and move efficiently.
Samsonov in the white shirt and blue shorts, he was one of the first men to the one-legged squats. He'll be the first man to advance to his second set. Mark Hutchinson, towards the top of your screen, in the pink tank top, he was second. He's actually a Masters athlete. And there's Lee Sherman in lane 1. Now you do have to do 5 reps on one leg, and if your foot comes down, you don't have to start all the way back at 5.
Yeah, it's a little tricky when we say the word unbroken, as you see Hutchinson there in his third set of single leg squats, is that it has to be 5 in a row on one leg before you advance. If your foot comes down before the 5th is accomplished, you will get a no rep on that rep, though you don't have to start over like we saw at the games last year.
There's Mark Hutchinson, who's been a fixture at the regional level. Saw him compete at the Atlantic Regional back in 2018. He was in the semifinals last year, trying to break through to the CrossFit Games for the first time, and one of the older competitors in the field. He's 35 years old.
And he said Hutchinson's been on the scene for a long time, and he's just made really a career and a name for himself here at regionals, at semifinals, and just has yet to break through that ceiling.
Dennis Samsonov and Luke Parker on the left side of your screen. Jacob Pfaff is on the right, along with Nate Ackerman in lane 6. 50 seconds before we hit the 3-minute time cap. And remember, if there's a tie, your score in round 1 is what breaks that tie. Parker and Samsonov advancing their boxes. They'll move it every 10 reps. There goes
30 seconds.
Benoit Boulanger in lane 10. The majority of the athletes on the floor are into that second set of 10.
And the important thing here too, Sean, is that this is the tiebreaker. If you end up tied at the end of 3 sets combined, your score in round 1 is your tiebreaker for the total. We've had to see that a couple times on the women's side previous to the men's heat of that tiebreaker coming into play.
It happened with Carolyn Prevost and Callista Lang. We're done. And we will wait for the placards on the competition floor to read the reps of each athlete.
Looks like lane number 4. Luke Parker sitting on 18 reps.
Looks like Dennis Samsonov
and in the lead. And the rest of the field
came up with 17 reps, and then in lane 4, Luke Parker one ahead of him at 18.
Samsonov in lane number 3. Boulanger with 16 on the board.
Down in lane 10, Benoit Boulanger with 16. These are all unofficial.
At 18, that's a big chunk off the bat for Luke Parker. We talked about this in test 1 earlier, is that Luke Parker, he's been on the Mayhem teams for a couple years. He's been trying to go individual. We will see that in the offseason a bit. And one of his things was he was a very strong athlete. You know, he's a big, strong guy, and he's leaned out a lot. He's been focusing more as an endurance on his gymnastics. And to get 18 at the end of that unofficially is a great start for Luke Parker.
So 18 reps for Luke Parker, the best score we've seen in round 1 so far. He was at the CrossFit Games last year on that Mayhem Independence team. They took 5th overall.
Luke Parker in the center screen. And this is that smooth turnover, almost like a synchronized between Samsonov and Parker. But a good layout. I was talking to David Durante, who's, you know, Olympic gymnast, Power Monkey Camp. It's like the big thing there is being able to stabilize the rings on the turnover. That ruck is going to add a much more difficult element of keeping those rings stable.
Samsonov, Hutchinson, Boulanger, and Pfaff were the first men to start this second set of 20 single-leg squats.
Again, 5 alternating each section. So alternating legs as you move from one section to the next. Has to be done unbroken. If that foot comes down within the set of 5, you'll get a no rep for that particular rep, but you can continue the set from the rep you had previously. So if you get a no rep on 4, you get 3 reps, you can start back again on 4, not from 0.
Samsonov and Jacob Pfaff towards the front. Pfaff in the black shirt and in the pink shorts at the top. That's Benoit Boulanger. Keep an eye on him. 16 reps in round 1. Luke Parker on his final set as well.
And Luke Parker, right now it says 18 reps is the highest that we saw. He wasn't the first to the box, so I'm curious to see what pace he had going in that first round, and can he sustain that here in the second?
Top to bottom on the box was Boulanger, Pfaff, Parker, and Samsonov. Samsonov and Parker on the left. You got Boulanger and Pfaff in the background there on the right.
As well, 20 reps and appears on the board.
1 minute.
21 for Boulanger in lane number 10. A seesaw battle, if you will. Same score.
Benoit Boulanger coming in 87th in the worldwide rankings at a tonic CrossFit in Quebec.
It's just a nice, steady pace. He's not wasting a lot of time. One thing you can see on burpee box jump overs is, I don't know what I call, it's like pouting pace, where you're a little tired, a little beat up, and you just take that extra half a second to not enjoy what you're doing on the turnaround, and that can add up over the course of 3 rounds. And that steady pace by Boulanger is just that good, consistent pace. I mean, we saw the same thing with Emma Lawson, is that she wasn't going terribly fast, but she wasn't going slow at all. Just very consistent from round to round.
Benoit Boulanger is going to be the first man to advance his box here, along with Luke Parker. Now Parker, if you saw him, he stayed on the ground and pushed his box forward. Got down, pushed it forward, and whatever saves you some time, Luke. But so far he is towards the front in this test. Let's go down to Mike Arsenault with more on the Masters athlete in this heat, Mark Hutchinson.
Well, that's right, Sean. Mark Hutchinson, he's a first-year Masters athlete, so I asked him what did he think about aging into the Masters category. He said originally he's a little bit disappointed about it, but then a friend said something to him that gave him perspective. He said, getting older is a gift. So that made him kind of rethink his entire strategy about being a Masters athlete. He's really enjoying the process. And how do I know he's a Masters athlete? He said after test number 1, he had to take a 2-hour nap.
I thought you were going to say Advil and a Ben Gay bath.
10 seconds.
Well, right now we have a tie between Luke Parker with 31 reps and Benoit Boulanger with 31.
Well, yes, but that meant Luke got 13 in the last round, where Boulanger was a bit more consistent from round to round with the number of reps that he got.
42 is the mark to beat from Connor Duddy in heat number 3. This is heat 4 of 6. So it's Parker and Boulanger in front. Samsonov is only 1 rep back at 30. And then the next highest score is in lane 8. That's Austin Hatfield, 27. There's Benoit Boulanger with 1 complex to go, and he, Jacob Pfaff, and Dennis Samsonov will get to the single leg squats at the same time. Pfaff is the first man to complete his initial set of 5. Here comes Nate Ackerman. Luke Parker there on the middle of your screen next to Dennis Samsonov on the right side. Let's go back to the prior round. We talked about Luke Parker's technique on those burpee box jump overs.
Yeah, look on the right side of your screen, jump over. Now what that was is he was done with his reps, so they were telling him to push his box forward, right? So there wasn't like a double lay down, push, lay down again. He had completed his last set, and hey, why not just lay down and press out as I go to the ground? Very savvy move for Luke Parker.
Well, the corner of my eye, I thought maybe he found a way to kind of hack this event. And Luke Parker and Dennis Samsonov moving up with Jacob Pfaff and Benoit Boulanger. This is where Parker has had a much faster pace than Boulanger. The two of them came in tied this final round with 31 reps apiece.
Parker had 18 in round 1, Samsonov 17, Boulanger 16. So Boulanger was two faster than Parker in the last round, but Parker is much closer than Boulanger was than he was in the second round. So it's going to be pretty close between these two.
But Parker has yet to advance his box into the 40 to 50 range, which means Boulanger is starting to open up a lead on him. And now Parker
he might have
drags
about
that thing.
3 or 4 rep lead. So Boulanger at the top of your screen, trying to hold off Luke Parker.
20 seconds to go here. 42 is the score to beat. I think Boulanger is blown past that.
Parker's picking up the pace a little bit on the left side of your screen, but I don't know if it's going to be enough here with only 8 seconds left.
5 to go, and pardon me, he's got to advance his box, so he's got at least 50 reps as Boulanger, and I don't think he's going to get credit for that one. But Benoit Boulanger will have the new score to beat, 50 reps unofficially for him. Luke Parker, I think, is going to have an... Trying to see his score on the placard. Right now it's listed at 31, but I don't think that's correct. I don't think they've updated that. So that was after last round. They did not add Luke Parker's reps on his placard yet. But we do know that that man, Benoit Boulanger, got into his 5th set of 10. And we'll have the new mark to beat. So 4 heats down, 2 heats remaining. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back with more action. Heats down, 2 remain here in test number 2 for the men on the second day of competition at the 2023 North America East Semifinal in Orlando, Florida. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Mike Arsenault has us covered down on the competition floor. Test number 2 is presented by Jago Go, and it starts with 5 ring complexes, toes to bar, muscle up, and a dip. Then 20 one-legged squats. You have to do 5 on each leg, alternating. And then it's max burpee box jump overs in the remaining 3 minutes. We're still trying to figure out what the top score from the prior heat was, but it was close between Luke Parker and Benoit Boulanger. We're waiting for those final totals, and there is Jake Berman, someone who has a really good shot at chasing down that top score.
He does, especially after the burpee box jump over performance he had last year at the semifinals. But his test 1 performance was a bottom 10 finish this morning in test number 1. So he is going to have a top performance to get himself back up the leaderboard.
And Will Morad out on the floor. And this is a guy who pulled off an incredible comeback last year in semifinals in the final event to get himself to the CrossFit Games.
30 seconds.
Just a miraculous performance last year. Unfortunately, it was at the cost of James Sprague. Sprague is actually in 3rd going into that final event last year. And Saxon Panchek just hasn't had a season of a good rhythmic season so far. A little bit hectic, some performances, some sickness maybe at Rogue, and Just want to see him get back into the groove here in test number 2.
Saxon Panchik comes into this test in 32nd place overall. Will Morad, 11th place overall.
Keep in
Top
mind,
12 men go, so he's in right now.
Yeah, that's inside the top 12. I'm sure Morad is hoping not to have to do an 81-point deficit makeup in the final test of the weekend, even though we're just in test 2 of the 7 that we have.
And Morad and Berman, along with Saxon Panchik and Seth Stovall, first men to the one-legged squats. So unofficially, Benoit Boulanger has the score to beat at 50 reps.
Those two athletes as we start round number 1 of 3. We are 1 minute.
We'll keep an eye on Seth Stovall down in lane number 9 in practice, not a game. Talk about practice. He had 50 reps.
And that's the thing is, like, a lot of these details, though, for this particular test did not get released to the individuals until last night at the athlete briefing. So how was the test done? Was it alternating pistols? Was it 10 on one leg, 10 on the other? So what happens in practice in the game time is much different in front of the big crowd here at the semifinals.
Jake Berman and Will Morad were the first 2 men onto the burpee box jump overs. Evan Rogers in lane 1 was there as well. And then Seth Stovall also in the top 4. As we have about a minute 5 left in the window. Having some technical difficulties with our graphics, so we'll get those back on screen as quickly as we can.
Now with the first round, the number of reps you do here is the tiebreaker. If you tie for total reps, it has happened. We saw it on the women's side especially, not for a top spot, but for fighting for positions. Yes, anybody that missed the games by 2 or 3 points, how valuable those can be as a tiebreaker. But one thing for interval tests, Sean, is that you got 3 rounds here. You'll see them in multiple rounds depending on how many, but 3 specifically here is a lot of times you'll see athletes feel out the first run and how their body's gonna respond to whatever intensity they decide to put in. They gotta get the rhythm of the bag and the complex, how the body position is on the single leg squats, what that's gonna feel like at the bottom of your burpee and jumping onto this box. And a lot of times you'll see athletes just feel out the first round and how they're moving and how the bag is working with them, and then you'll start to see some changes in the second and especially on the third.
Evan Rogers and Jake Berman were out front there. We'll have to wait till the reps are tallied, but Rogers' placard reads 17.
In lane number 1.
And in lane 4, Marquand Jones with 18. In lane 3, you got Jake Berman with 19. As you can see, some of the scores have not been posted yet. But we'll get reset now for round 2, and Mike Arsenault has more on Saxon Panchik.
Well, I had a chance to speak to Saxon before this test. Obviously disappointed with the 32nd place on test number 1, but we talked about variance, how that's going to be key this weekend. So he told me he has 6 more opportunities to improve on that, and with over 10 spots up for grabs for the games, there's a great likelihood that someone who's qualifying for the games will have a position outside of the top 30. So Saxon basically thinks, well, why not him?
Here is round 2. Saxon Panchik in lane number 5. He's got 15 reps there in round 1, but it's Jake Berman who's your leader with 19.
Marquand Jones above him. Really just methodical going through the ring complex. He's sitting in there in lane number 4 on the right side of your screen. Actually just failed a turnover on the muscle up. As you can see, Caron in lane number 2 is taking a break himself, but when he got to the box, Marquand Jones, when he got to the box, that's where he did a lot of damage. I mean, look, super athlete, good spring over the box, but you got to get there first.
Well, Alexander Caron, I don't think got any reps on the box in round 1, and he's been kind of just staring at those rings for a while. He looked like he was trying to get a muscle up and couldn't just get through. And now we have some men moving on to the single leg squats, so you have Carone having some problems there. Well, Will Morad, along with Seth Stovall, are out front. There's Evan Rogers at the bottom of your screen.
Obviously can't make any assumptions of what's going on with Alexander Carone, but that muscle-up attempt to me looks like an attempt of not just being disqualified from competition, as there may be something there where, you know, that's limiting him from actually able to do the muscle-up. And one of the things here is that you have to continue to attempt to work your way through the event. So looks like Carone's is keeping an eye on the clock and just doing basically just a kipping chest to ring pull-up as to not get disqualified potentially.
Will Morad and Seth Stovall, along with Saxon Panchik, were the first 3 men in the box. Jake Berman, who was the leader after round 1, is now on his final set of 5 single leg squats. Just down the road in Miami, Florida at Peak 360 CrossFit. Berman's done, he'll get to the box jump overs. Will Morad is the leader right now in this round, along with Saxon Panchik, Seth Stovall, and then at the far end of the floor, Evan Rogers. Will Morad looking for his 5th trip to the CrossFit Games. His best career finish was in 2019 when he took 10th.
30 seconds.
I think he took 10th on 2 blown out hamstrings as well that year.
There is Evan Rogers on the left side of your screen, trying to keep pace with the leaders here in round 2.
10 seconds.
Congratulations to him. He just graduated from the Fire Academy.
3, 2, 1, rest.
Will Morad looks like he got through 30 reps so far with 1 round remaining, and Evan Rogers also has his box in that 30 to 40 range.
And Rogers got off the box and just beelined to the ring set. No issues whatsoever. Just go in there, take a seat, chalk up my hands for the next set. That is a confident walk getting back to the rings. I'm curious to see what Rogers pulls out here in the last round.
Well, Seth Stovall also got 30, but his box did not advance. And Rogers right now, looking at the score placards, has 31 reps listed. Seth Stovall, there he is, 1 rep back at 30. Those are your top scores. 31 for Rogers on the floor. Will Morad with 30. Seth Stovall with 30. And then in lane 3, Jake Berman now 3 reps back at 27.
And it's pretty wild that Jake Berman is still so close, because he's one of the back half guys to the box. But once he gets there, that's where he can do some damage. But just getting to the box is, we're talking about our recipes for success. It's just getting there can be a big challenge for some of these athletes.
So Jake Berman with 3 complexes left. And remember, you can break them up. So you can do a toes to ring, you can hop off, do a muscle up, hop off again, and then muscle up again, and then do a dip. And Will Morad, as you look at the event description, who's in the 3rd and final round, is in the lead. Here comes Saxon Panchik and then Seth Stovall at the top of your screen. So the usual suspects here in round number 3 is Evan Rogers, who has 31 reps. Your leader right now is starting to struggle a little bit.
Does this count as an announcer's curse? if it's not immediate when it happens?
They've got less than 2 minutes.
He's got 2 complexes left. Meanwhile, Will Morad on the right side of your screen just about done with his 1-legged squats. Here was the first.
Yeah.
No. Oh, he just was able to save it.
And a lot, I mean, that's a tough save. And a lot of it is that he's catching so incredibly low in the rings, which just, you look at the pull when that's the case, and you saw a swing earlier, he's just not getting a lot of movement out of that upper torso to help with the kip on that ring muscle up.
Will Morad is the only man on the burpee box jump over. Stovall and Saxon Panchik look to be the next to join him. And now Saxon Panchik is done. Now we have 2 men on their box jumps here in the final round. Here comes Seth Stovall. Morad has opened up a pretty big cushion here, as Seth Stovall has to advance his box. Griffin Raleigh, meanwhile, in lane 10 is being looked at by the staff here. Hopefully he is okay. That does not look good for Griffin Raleigh.
Yeah.
Sort of grabbing at his right knee as we watch him kind of behind his leg. We'll see. He's shaking his head. But Will Morad with 15 seconds to go here. 50 is the score to beat.
Oh,
got 10 seconds left.
They got to keep pushing the pace. One more heat after this.
And that's going to do it. We'll have to wait to see where he got. And on the floor, they're saying 48 is the score to beat. Unofficially, we have Boulanger had 50, but that has been corrected, so 48. Now for Will Morad is the score to beat. So 48 reps from Will Morad.
Just so strong on the rings, and that's where, listen, you gotta be efficient on the rings, you gotta be good on the pistols, and then you have to have enough energy at the back end to get as many burpee box jump overs as you can. And the same thing we saw in the women's division with Emma Lawson is that if you are going to try to win this event, you're gonna have to go unbroken on the complex, be smooth and consistent on the single leg squats, and then just have that big gut check in that third and final round, these burpee box jump overs. So if anybody in the final heat is gonna wanna take this, that recipe, that game plan's been put out there. Unbroken or bust.
48 reps for Will Morad with 1 heat remaining here in test 2 for the men. And we're being told that they are reviewing Benoit Boulanger's final round. So keep an eye on that. But right now, 48 reps from Will Morad, the score to beat. Sixth and final heat for the men here in the second test that they will face in the North America East Semifinals in Orlando, Florida. Thanks for staying with us for this second day of competition, everyone. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram, and Mike Arsenault is down on the competition floor. Test number 2. What really matters is that third and final movement.
Third and final movement, that's what you're getting scored on, but what matters to get there is everything before. The ring complex, toes to ring, muscle up, ring dip, 20 single leg squats, 5 on each leg, working your way 5 at a time. And then you have the 30-inch box and a 20-pound ruck on your back the entire time.
Have you added or removed anything from your recipe for success presented by Trifecta?
Well, the complex, man, is like, hey, how am I gonna navigate this? What should I do breaking up? Nah, it's simple. If you wanna win, you gotta do this unbroken. And then you gotta make sure that you don't blow yourself up on your way to the box. So don't let the buy-in cash you out before we get to the reps that really count.
10 men on the floor for this sixth and final heat. Roman Krennikov, a man who stood on the podium in the CrossFit Games last year, currently sits in third place overall after taking third in test number 1, be working out in lane number 2. It's been great to see him have an opportunity to compete here in North America.
Absolutely, and his performance at the Games, he just won over everybody in the stands when it came to that. But this is one of the events that is going to be one that we're going to be curious to see if he's improved on. Those high volume muscle-ups have posed a problem for him in the past.
Jeff Adler and Noah Olson, 2 men we'll be keeping an eye on here. As Noah Olson again going for his 10th straight trip to the CrossFit Games.
Now, are we going to get full send first round Noah Olson or conservative pace, what my coach told me to do Noah Olson?
There's James Sprague, who was the guy who was on the wrong side of that Will Morad comeback last year to get himself to the CrossFit Games.
I know some of that final test had some ring muscle-ups in there. So Noah Olson is notorious for starting quick. He's got great gymnastic capacity, especially on top of the rings. This is one that sets up well for him. I'm very curious to see how Adler does on the left side. Again, he's traditionally been known as a good online athlete in his early days of his career. He was the strong kid at the games, but what he has done, and Carolyn Lambre, his coach, wife, have done to basically like rebuild him as an athlete. I think it's a playbook for a lot of people that are trying to maybe break that plateau in their career.
Right now, Olson and Adler are in the lead, and they are wearing that 20-pound ruck on their backs.
Yeah,
really talk a whole lot about that.
Noah Olson out early again. They have to do 5 single leg squats on each leg. They'll alternate each section. It must be unbroken. If they break, they'll just get a no rep. They won't have to start over again at 0.
Olson and Adler are still in the lead here. Olson will be the first man in the burpee box jump overs. And here comes Jeff Adler. Now Samuel Cornway is there. Noah Olson's family there in the stands. It doesn't seem that long ago when Noah Olson was a rookie in 2014, wore the leader's jersey that year. And here he is going for his 10th appearance. It's a handful of men trying to accomplish that this year. Cole Sager, another guy.
Yeah. And if you think about Noah Olson and his up and coming into the CrossFit scene as he was a volunteer at the CrossFit Games and was going to work his way into the competitive scene, Jeff Adler was the same kid not but 6 or 7 years ago, volunteering at the games. He used to volunteer at Dubai as just being a kid out there, and now on the big stage, making a name for himself, competing side by side to a guy who really had some of the same trajectory as him.
Dallin Pepper there in lane 5 is on his second set of 10. Spencer Panchik is as well, and Roman Krennikov. And Jack Farlow also in his second set of 10.
See, everybody's just feeling this out. Is this the right pace? Did I start too quick in the complex? How's that burpee pace in my first 10 versus my second?
We'll see how far everyone got. We'll rely on the placards on the floor. So right now in lanes 5 and 6, it's Pepper and Adler with 18 reps. Olson, well, his reached 71, and we know that's not going to be correct.
You won. No need to do the next 2 rounds.
Bear Complex is offering fans the ultimate VIP experience at the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. You can scan the QR code now for your chance to win free tickets, a meet and greet with Noah Olson, and a Bear Complex prize pack filled with top quality gear.
I'm assuming the 71 is a 17.
I'm going to say that's a safe bet.
Just go out on the limb.
Yeah, they're getting that corrected now.
10 seconds.
But only 5 reps separating, or 6, pardon me, separating first from last here in this final heat. There's Dallin Pepper starting his second set of 5 ring complexes. You have 2 athletes tied with 18. Olson with 17. It's Pepper and Adler who got through 18 each. And then also in lane 4, Sam Corwaye with 17 reps. Those are your top 4.
It's like Roman Krennikov got about 15.
Working their way through their complex.
Sitting in the blue shirt in lane 2 on the left side of your screen. You were talking earlier is that him just getting through this complex with the rest of the field will be a big win for him.
Adler and Olson again out front here in round number 2. 48 reps from Will Morad in the prior heat, unofficially the time to beat. Olsen making quick work of these one-legged squats, as is Jeff Adler.
Noah Olsen in the first round has done right about 1:12, 1:15. So he had a good chunk of time to get through those burpee box jump overs, but it seems like Jeff Adler and Noah picking up where they left off in the first round. 1:40 seconds left.
Olsen and Adler to the box at the same time, the only two men on the second set. Sam Cornway and Dallin Pepper looking to finish up next. Pepper's in the white shirt, here comes Cornway. Adler now in the lead, advancing his box into that 20 to 30 range. Here comes Noah Olsen. And now Spencer Panchik onto his box jump overs. Roman Krennikov as well. And Jason Hopper getting to work. The three of your top four men, they're on the screen now. Jeff Adler and Noah Olsen. You got Dallin Pepper there on the left in the white shirt. It's Adler who's trying to hold off Noah Olsen here in round number 2. Roman Krennikov starting to creep up as well. He's in the blue shirt, bottom of your screen.
45 seconds.
And Dallin Pepper's moved into second in the white shirt, ahead of Noah Olsen.
The one thing about this ruck, Sean, is that it's a bit of an equalizer if you think about the size of an athlete related to the test that itself, right? This is 3 different gymnastics movements, which traditionally would favor a smaller, lighter athlete with those type of movements. When you add the ruck, it's a bit of an equalizer across the other athletes. So maybe the bigger, stronger athletes can navigate the bag a little bit more because of the ratio to body weight to that. So that's the unique part about this test, about that ruck really does for these athletes.
Sam Cornway, I think, overshot his mark on those boxes when he advanced it. We'll see where he is. But it looks like Jeff Adler is going to be your leader right now. Adler's placard reading 35 reps. For more on him, let's go to Sam Cornway.
You mean Mike Arsenault? Sam Cornway is on the field right
you're
now.
all Canadian,
Both
man.
very fit Canadians.
I was looking at Cornway's score.
I understand how you make that mistake. Anyway, Jeffrey Adler, most of these athletes, well, all these athletes knew these tests in advance. Most of them, you would assume, would test these out at home. Jeffrey Adler did not, because he wasn't able to create the same conditions. He wouldn't know what the floor type was on test 1 pulling the sled. He didn't know exactly what the standards were going to be here on test number 2, so he didn't try it because he didn't want that extra stress of trying to create the same game situation at home, so he's attacking these for the first time here on the competition floor.
Alex Vigneault reporting from the floor there. Thank you, Mike. My apologies. Third and final round, and it is Adler in the lead. 35 total box jump overs. Will Morad unofficially has a score to beat with 48 reps.
Now, final complex, the great equalizer. Have you been efficient with your movement? Are you sound in your technique? And is your stamina going to hold up for all 5 sets? Have you been trying to go unbroken the entire time? And Jeff Adler in the green shirt, the center screen, is just looking very comfortable and confident on top of those rings. Where Noah Olsen on the right side, a little bit of a struggle towards the last one, a little extra effort to get that final dip.
Well, there is Sam Cornway, the real one, in the black shirt, joining Adler and Olsen along with Spencer Panchik on the one-legged squats. Now, these are going to be no problem for Noah Olsen, but his pace really started to slow in the back half of round 2 on those box jump overs.
And that's the game you play. Do I need more time to get more burpee box jump overs? At what cost? Or do I need more energy to get there at the cost of time? And so you got to play that little game at the first 2 rounds and figure out what are you going to do in this 3rd and final round.
Olsen and Adler neck and neck here. Dallin Pepper, Sam Cornway, and Spencer Panchik. Spencer Panchik on the far end of the floor there on his final set of 5. And now Olsen and Adler to the box at the same time. Olsen took a second to adjust some gear. Adler ahead of him. Here comes Spencer Panchik.
I couldn't tell if he loosened up the belt or tightened up the belt. Noah Olsen on the right side, he definitely was messing with that. It's a give and take there. You tighten up that belt, that bag's gonna move around a lot less. Although when you tighten up that belt, you know, it's gonna close down the lungs a little bit, the core a little bit when it comes to that. So a couple different strategies here. at play for these last minute of burpee box jump overs.
I was talking to Pat Veller about this a week or so ago, and he was saying, if you keep that thing too loose, you run the risk of getting, a weighted plate right in the back of your melon. And that thing's moving around pretty well on Jeff Adler. I don't know if it's hit his cranium. So this is 45 now for Adler as he's creeping up on Will Morad's top mark of 48. Now 46 down for Adler. Olsen's got 44 and counting. Less than 30 to go. Sam Cornwallier is moving up as well. He's trying to put some pressure on Adler and Olsen. Adler's through 50. That's Olsen's family trying to urge him on here. Adler in the middle of the floor, though. He is your leader right now.
3, 2, 1.
And Jeff Adler looking like he just locked up 100 points. Solid performance from Noah Olsen, who came in 14th place overall. Only 2 spots, out of a qualifying position. So he's doing himself some favors as he heads into day number 2 tomorrow. But a great race between Jeffrey Adler and Noah Olsen.
These guys are pretty much rep for rep the entire time, coming off the rings at the same time, off the single leg squats at the same time, nearly being in sync, crossing paths on the burpee box jump at the same. Heck, they're using the same color, Sean. Who are these guys? Who are these guys? But Jeff Adler, consistent on the rings. Noah had to put a little extra effort in that last set to get over the top. And a little extra there may cost you a little extra here at the end with Jeff Adler. What a performance on day number 1.
And let's go down to Mike Arsenault with Jeff Adler.
Oh, that was Adrian Bosman.
Jeff, a fantastic day number 1. 6th place on test 1, 1st place on test number 2. We'll see exactly where you're on the leaderboard as we say goodbye to this first day of individual competition. But what was it like with the crowd cheering and that final race with Noah on that final round?
I just tried to beat Noah. I was trying to stay 1 rep ahead, and that's it. The event win on this workout means a lot to me. Hopefully we carry it tomorrow.
Now, I wouldn't be doing my duty as a journalist if I didn't ask you this question, because I think you know what the question is going to be, and I think I know what the answer is going to be. What does the recovery look like tonight? Where will you be in a couple hours?
You know, Mike, it's the jacuzzi time.
It's the jacuzzi time. Everyone's invited. Congratulations, Jeff.
Oh, let's
there
go hot
it is.
tubbing.
Waited all day for that.
You know, if Mike really wanted to flex on us, he would have done the whole interview in French and just showed how stupid and American we really are.
All right, unofficial results here for test number 2 for the men. 53 reps for Jeff Adler. Noah Olsen's going to take 2nd place. That'll be worth 97 points. Will Morad, a top 3 finish for him, followed by Luke Parker and Dallin Pepper. And Benoit Boulanger winds up with 46 reps total, followed by another Canadian, Sam Cornwallier. Fun day number 2 here at the North America East Semifinal. We're not done. We're going to take a quick break. After these messages, we will be back to wrap things up with Adrian Conway and Chase Ingram in our post-game show. Stay with us, everyone. Drink.
What a way to end the day.
The 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games North America East Semifinal is brought to you by NOBULL, the official footwear and apparel brand of CrossFit. Rogue, don't weaken. Wild Health, revolutionizing healthcare, unleashing your athletic potential. Trifecta, the official meal delivery partner.
I've always been anxious about stuff, and it really came back with a vengeance just after my father died back in 2012. He was a great big character and very funny and everything like that, and to lose someone like that leaves a gap in your life, obviously, and it's not just me, but everybody.
He was not engaged with the world as much as he could be, I would say. He was generally sluggish. He wanted to sleep a lot, and he wasn't actually enjoying life.
Mental health, in particular, is a massive side effect of not being healthy. If you're not healthy, the brain's not going to perform particularly well for you. It's not going to give you its best. So I was aware that fitness is a thing. It's just that I've avoided it like the plague for a very, very long time. But I knew that if you got the body moving and got a bit puffed out and moved more, you will enjoy the results. And that's when I started to explore the idea of taking some exercise.
So first time I met John, he had never done any gym work in, I think it was like 20 or 30 years. I don't think he knew what the gym was about.
It was a CrossFit gym, but I didn't know what CrossFit was, never heard of it. And I thought, I can't just turn up and walk through the door, that's going to be a bit scary. So I thought, well, maybe I start a conversation. Sent a note to Glenn saying, I'm in my 50s, I'm desperately unfit, I don't know what to do, how can you help?
So we come over, we had a chat, and the idea was to start off with, we was just going to be one-to-one to warm him up to see if he would like to come and try a class. And John, knees out, hips extended all the way at the top.
I wanted somebody to encourage me, to cajole me, to push me a little bit.
That's it. But wait for it to get to the shoulder before you come back down. That's it. From there, we had 5 or 6 more sessions, put him onto a class. He's such a people person, he gelled with everyone. Well done, John. Big jump.
Glenn worked with John obviously intensely at the start when he went to CrossFit, and he's shown him that no matter what age you are, no matter how fit or unfit you are, physically and mentally, you can do it.
Getting fit is you know, you just don't do a workout and you feel fit. It's a process. What I found was suddenly about after a month, I thought, I'm not tired in the afternoons anymore. I wasn't like that a year ago.
John's just improved so much. It's great to think that we've had a bit to play in that.
CrossFit is an essential part of my life now. I can't imagine life without it. If I'd known the benefits of getting fitter and doing CrossFit and stuff like that, I would have started decades ago.
The 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games North America East Semifinal is brought to you by NOBULL, the official footwear and apparel brand of CrossFit. Rogue, don't weaken. Wild Health, revolutionizing healthcare, unleashing your athletic potential. Trifecta, the official meal delivery partner of CrossFit. And RP Strength, the trusted app of Rich Froning and Annie Thorisdottir. We are halfway through the North America East Semifinal. Tomorrow we're going to crown our team champions and find out who goes to the CrossFit Games. Then 2 more days of individual action. Thanks for staying with us, everybody, as we close out Friday here at the North America East Semifinal. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram and Adrian Conway. We saw teams and individuals in action. Let's start with the teams. Here's where we stand going into the 3rd and final day of competition, and it is East Nashville Proven. They sit atop the overall standings with 388 points. They're 12 up on CrossFit Move Fast, Lift Heavy 24/7. The 8th day CrossFit. They and CrossFit PSC Invasion are both tied at 292 points. The top 10 teams from this semifinal advance to the CrossFit Games, which means CrossFit Resurrection, Stad CrossFit, and CrossFit West Chase all have some work to do to get themselves into the top 10 and on to Milford. But Proven, we knew they would be a force to be reckoned with coming in. Adrian, they got 2 wins and 2/3.
Yeah, exactly. They came in and they started with some great momentum. They actually ran into a little bit of trouble this morning with some skills on test 3, but guess what? They found themselves back on top with another first place. We got back on the primary floor, and their consistency is paying off. Now, what's interesting, Sean, is that tomorrow they're going to get a dose of heavy lifting and then a very well-rounded test in the final. I can't wait to see what they do there.
They were very impressive today. Again, winning test number 1 and then closing out their day with a win in test number 4. 2 third places in between those 2 wins, and right now they sit atop the overall standings, well on their way towards a trip to the CrossFit Games. Again, the top 10 teams in the standings head to Madison, Wisconsin. Let's change gears and now focus on the women as the individuals face their first 2 tests of the semifinals. Here are your overall standings after those first 2 tests, and it's Emma Carey and Emma Lawson, your top 2 right now, separated by just 3 points. 11 women will qualify out of the semifinal of the CrossFit Games. Amanda Fisher right now sits in 10th place along with Danielle Kearns. The 2 of them on the right side of the cut line. Jessica Schwartz would be the last woman in, but only 14 points separate her from Stephanie Grange in 16th place. So still a lot needs to be decided, but earlier today it was Danielle Brandon Chase starting things off right with a win in test number 1.
Man, you can't start the weekend off any better, and not just a win, but a dominating win in that long aerobic / anaerobic test that we had this morning, where it really all came down to the sled in test number 1. But Emma Lawson, her performance in test 2, round to round to round, was absolutely incredible, smooth, methodical, and dominant. That performance that she had, and couple that with her finish in test number 1, that's why she's up there at the top of the leaderboard there with Emma Carey.
Emma Lawson looking to get back to the CrossFit Games for the 2nd time as an individual, was an overall leader at one point last year in her rookie year. Let's take a look at our Rogue Don't Weekend moment, and it came courtesy of Emma Lawson in test number 2, Chase.
I think it's not often where you're in the middle of a test and you decide to break it in the middle. And in the burpee box jump overs there at the very end, Emma Lawson got to a point nobody thought she was going to get to. Look at her last. She's going to move her box in, and that lowly little placard, see ya. See ya. Yeah, I got to 60. Hell, let's make that 61. You talk about a dope weekend performance. I'm just going to kick that placard out of the way. You didn't think I was going to get here? Well, I'll show you.
Let's go to the men's side of things here. 2 tests as well as for them as well, and it was Jeff Adler. We just saw him pick up a test win, and he is your leader by 15 points over Jason Hopper. Top 12 men in the overall standings from the semifinal will head to Madison, Wisconsin to compete at the CrossFit Games. Will Morad with a strong performance there in test 2 sits in 4th. And Noah Olson, who came into test 2 in 14th, he is now solidly inside the top 10. Norman Woodring would be the last man in, but again, just look how tight it is. Just 16 points separate Woodring from Jack Farlow in 16th place. But it was Jason Hopper with a great effort to start things off with a test win earlier today.
And a lot of athletes and analysts were thinking, hey, we got 3 big machines, then we're going to go look at Roman Karenikoff. Well, don't forget about this big boy. Jason Hopper can pull some sleds, he can move some machines, and this guy's been putting in the work all last season to close up some holes. And then you have Jeffrey Adler, who is just totally reinvented himself for the last couple of years. That 5th place finish from the games. How is he going to respond? Well, I'm going to go out there and win the gymnastics test there at the semifinal. It's not about the heavyweight. I'll wait till that comes up tomorrow, which is going to be a big day to see how Jeffrey Adler has sustained that strength as well as improving things like endurance, gymnastics, and what he did in that final test. Super consistent. That man earned his jacuzzi time tonight.
And credit to Noah Olson. We just talked to him at the end of competition. He said he was really worried about that test number 2 and that he had to change really all of his mechanics to make those muscle ups with the ruck on. And again, solidly inside the top 10, looking for his 10th straight trip to the CrossFit Games. Plenty more action. We're only halfway through this semifinal. Here's what's on tap for tomorrow as far as our broadcast schedule is concerned. We're going to start at 11:45 a.m. Eastern time with test number 5 for the teams, and then we're going to close things out with the teams at 5:20 p.m. And remember, we will know who is going to the CrossFit Games at the end of tomorrow, and then we'll have one final day of competition for the individuals on Sunday. Thanks so much, everybody, for being with us here on Friday at the North America East Semifinal for Orlando. For Mike Arsenault, Adrian Conway, Chase Ingram, and our entire crew here in Florida, I'm Sean Woodland. We'll see you back here for day number 3